Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third meeting of the School District Redistricting Task Force. Today is September 10th, and it is 9:30. We're in Waterbury. And I wanted to just welcome everybody. I am alone today running the meeting. My colleague, Representative Granning, could not make it today, unfortunately. We wish her well. I think she's probably out there online on the interwebs. But Edie, we hope you're feeling well and look forward to seeing you soon. So today we're going to embark on the continued work of fulfilling our task force charge, which is to craft at least one new district map for the state of Vermont, possibly two, possibly three. That is to be determined. My hope that is while we do this important work, we also shed light on what these maps will and will not do, the strengths and weaknesses of our current system, and the complexity of the task at hand. It is no small lift that we've got here. As we've said already in the task force, drawing lines is the easy part, ensuring that these lines increase equity, expand opportunity, provide stability, and bend the cost curve. That is the hard part. And I think we all know that and we all acknowledge that. So just setting the table for us this morning. We can jump into the agenda, and I wanted to ask if folks have any amendments for today's agenda. If not, I do have an amendment. At 11:30, we were going to have a presentation on CTE maps, but that is not going to happen, and I'll let Dave speak a little bit to that quick change that we're going to have.
Senator Beck and I were charged with developing the CTE map, and we didn't get the information until a couple of nights ago. We thought we were going to have it last week, so we set up some time between now and September 29, and we'll have a presentation then.
Awesome.
Okay.
We will add that to the agenda for the 29th, but for today, if you could strike that from the agenda, that would be great. Are there any other amendments for today? Okay, if there are none, then I would accept a motion to accept the agenda.
So moved.
Thank you, Dave, and thank you, Representative Holcomb, for seconding. And let's move to the minutes. I would entertain a motion to accept the minutes from our last meeting. Thank you, Dave, and thank you, Senator Harrison. So, third on the agenda, and we are ahead of schedule, which is fabulous, are the chair updates. I am not sure if Representative Greening will have any this morning. I just wanted to start by saying thank you to everyone who submitted public comment. I have enjoyed reading those, as I'm sure all of the members of the task force have enjoyed reading those. Many of the testimonials are thoughtful and they're rooted in best practice and data observation. I also want to share a word of caution or restraint in that there does seem to be, from my interpretation of a lot of the testimonials, a certain amount of advocacy that's happening around the state, whether it's by organizations or by individuals. And I just want to make sure that folks understand that they certainly have the right to advocate. I can't say otherwise, but the work of this task force is not to react to anecdotes. It's not to react to fear or coercion, but we're using vetted data, sound policy, and the guiding principles that we've outlined here in the committee, as well as Act 73. So I ask, and I think we ask for everybody's patience and understanding of the complex work that we're doing. I also wanted to say, if you have specific questions, because some of the testimony that's been submitted, they're asking us questions and they want answers. I would just say that folks should reach out directly to the co-chairs if they have specific questions that they want answered, we're not necessarily going to be responding to the public comment that's submitted. So I want to make folks are clear about that. Email Senator Gulick or Senator Granning, and we will get you the answers as best we can in a timely fashion. Any other remarks at this point before we move on to the state of the facilitation contract? Yes.
I've had a lot of people reaching out, and what a lot of people are asking what they should be doing now, and I have been encouraging people just to write you and submit public comment. My concern is people seem to think that there might be an advantage or disadvantage to rapid changes right now, and I just think that's concerning to me, because I worry that people are making changes without considering the larger context of this conversation, or Senator Beck's comment that the legislature is going to do what the legislature does down the road. I think it's a little premature for people to be making hugely consequential decisions.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Representative Holcomb. Any other folks want to weigh in there? I would just reiterate what I said earlier, which is that I personally think some grassroots work and some organic, collaboration is not a bad thing. I also think I would just reiterate that we are doing our work in a context of data, in a context of vetted information, in a context of policy, and in the context of how we define our work, as well as Act 73. So I would just want to keep bringing us back to that. So folks are welcome to do what they want. We can't tell them not to. But the work of our task force is that's what we're doing here today. So thanks. Yes.
And just one more comment. I've had a couple people reach out to me because of concern that some of what they've seen in the data available currently on the website doesn't align with their understanding of their local district data. So I just think we all need to expect those questions, and as things roll out, we can try to iron those discrepancies out.
Thank you. We will be getting to a little bit more of a discussion on data in a little bit, but yeah, that teed us off nicely. Thank you, Representative Holcomb. So the state of if there's no other comments there, the state of the facilitation contract, we have great news in that regard. Creative Discourse Group has been hired or contracted to help us with facilitation. We're very excited about that. Dr. Nadia Dubose, Sue McCormick, and Dr. Reese Kelly are all part of that particular group. They have a long history and they have great experience in doing this kind of work. And I thought what might be best is for me to simply introduce Sue McCormick, who's with us today. And I did ask her to share just a short bio with us so that we have a sense of what her experience is and what expertise she will bring to our group. So, Sue, welcome.
Marcy. Hi, everybody. It's really nice to be here. And I will tell you just a little bit about myself so you know who you're working with. I live in Essex Junction, Vermont. I've lived here many years, and my 2 adult daughters have gone through Vermont's public school systems. I've spent my career working nationally, regionally, and locally to help municipalities, school districts, community organizations come together to address complex issues. And here in Vermont, I've had the opportunity to lead the Snelling Center for Government's leadership programs for several years. I've been on the faculty for the Snelling Center for a long time. And then I'm the co-founder of the Creative Discourse Group with my colleague, Dr. Nadia Dubose. And our focus really is helping leaders navigate complex issues and, importantly, uplifting voices that are often excluded, and to find ways to share decision-making and power with the communities they serve. So that is my passion, and I realize that that's a very difficult part of what you all are going to try to do in a very compressed time frame. So I know this task force is working with some very real limitations, a very compressed timeline, an issue that's very politically charged, incomplete data. Even so, I'm hopeful that our team can help you make the most of your time together, can really surface the wisdom and expertise that sits around this table in the best way possible, to engage with the community in a way that's credible and honest about the limitations, what is and isn't possible, and then to write a report that's accessible and useful to the legislature and to Vermonters, and also that is honest about the scope, the limitations, the recommendations of this group. So I'm really happy to be here, and I look forward to our work together.
Yes, Senator Harrison.
Thank you. So are you working now with us, or?
This is my first day.
Okay, cool. All right, great. So you're not
I'm
here.
hopefully gonna listen quite a bit today, yes.
All right,
But
since we have a short timeline, I'd be happy to hear from you as we go through.
thank you.
Thank you so much, Sue. Letter G, which is on our list of sort of opening remarks and sort of boilerplate meeting items to go through, comes at the end of sort of this intro. I'm gonna bump it up to right now because it has to do with tech and public access. I just heard from my co-chair that the sound for our meeting started late, so folks who are watching on Teams unfortunately missed the beginning of what we were talking about. So I am going to recap it. I apologize for folks in the room. This is redundant and probably a little bit boring, but I want to make sure folks listening in on Teams are aware of what we're doing. Transparency is really important to us, and we want to make sure that folks have both visual and auditory access to everything that we're saying. I know AOE is doing their best, and I so appreciate their hard work. It is a challenge, and just want to acknowledge that right off the bat. So we started off by making a small amendment to the agenda. We had at 11:30 we were going to hear from Senator Beck and Dave Walk, their presentation on a CTE regional map, but because data came in a little bit late for that, it will have to be pushed to September 29th. We will look forward to seeing that at that time, and we thank the members for the work that they've done thus far. After that, I did share a little welcome, and I thanked folks who have submitted public comment. The public comments are great. They are varied. Many of them are grounded in data and personal insight, and so much appreciated. I did want to reiterate to folks, and I mentioned that there does seem, based on the public comments, some advocacy happening around the state by groups, by individuals, and I wanted to ground folks again in the work that we're doing, which is data-driven, which is policy-driven, which is formed by the goals that we set out here, by the goals that were delineated and articulated in Act 73. So, just sort of cautioning folks to do the work organically, do some grassroots collaboration, but know that we do not want to rush. First, do no harm is something that I've said a few times. We want to make sure that we are not harming kids and we're not harming the system. So remember that this work is challenging and complex, and that we are doing the best that we can with the time and the resources that we have. And if folks have specific questions, which I have seen in some of the public comment, they should send it to myself or Representative Granning. We can best answer your questions, but we are not responding to public comment in our work here. Did I miss anything that nobody out there heard? Okay. So, thank you, Sue. The next item on our agenda is to take a look at the draft outline of report. We ultimately, as you all know, were tasked with writing a report at the end of all of this work to submit to the legislature. So that is going to be sort of our crowning glory. That is what Sue McCormick and Creative Discourse is going to help us with. It's going to be an important document. It's going to be a narrative as well as a document with a lot of data and, information to share. We're also calling it a table of contents, so just so people aren't confused, it's been called a couple things, but it's an outline, it's a table of contents, so however you want to look at it. You should have a copy of it. It's also online, if folks want to pull that out. Yeah, I got that too. And I think I did let folks know that some of us can access it, some of us can't. Unfortunately, anyone else not able to access it online? Or is it just Kim and myself?
I got requests, same thing.
You get the same thing, Chris? Okay.
And it would strike me then too that people trying to see it publicly could not access it.
Yeah, okay.
Send me which document is that, see if I can get it.
That is the outline of the report.
Is it the link that's in the agenda?
Yes.
See what I can do?
Yeah. So we do have a hard copy of it in front of us. We'll make sure that it gets linked online so folks can take a look at it. But the thinking is that if we have a solid outline, if we have a solid table of contents, we can sort of write the report as we go. So at the end of the day, we are not sort of reinventing the wheel, but we're taking all of the work that we've done iteratively throughout this period of time, and it's there for us to have creative discourse really create that final report for us. Instead of having me do all the talking, would anyone else like to share this with our task force today? Any former teachers who might be willing to share? I'm looking at Representative Quimby.
I was math teaching and English teaching.
There are numbers on this.
There are.
Any interest? There are a lot of teachers here. That's true. Scott Beck is also a teacher. Rep Quimby, would you be willing to share, just kind of go through it with us?
Just kind of walk through what's here.
Yeah.
Okay. So the suggested table of contents, we're calling it, the redistricting task force. So the first section, legislation and background, just will sort of set the stage with what is in Act 73, who is the members of the task force, there's problems to be solved, goals, how the work was organized and constrained, so sort of setting the stage. The second section is data that was used or provided for this work, what the data was, the relationship of each thing to the goals we set, and any additional data that is still needed to support that implementation. The third section is our preliminary findings that inform our decision-making in redistricting. Fourth section, the proposed template and evaluation criteria, so basically the rubric that we were using to evaluate these maps. So the template, so theory of action, evaluation criteria, decision points, any changes in statutes or rules that may need to occur to make this come to fruition, and any relevant research related to this. Fifth section is the summary of the public input, what steps we took to invite the public input, the analysis of the public input, who provided it, what types of feedback we received, and key themes that we saw throughout the public input, however many of those happen to be. So then the sixth section, plans to illustrate the opportunities and challenges before the state with redistricting. So pros and cons for the up to 3 plans, one of which must include supervisory unions. Kind of comparing in the 7th section the 3 plans, assuming there are 3 plans, there might only be 1, might be 2. Then a conclusion, sort of wrapping it all up in section 8. And then section 9, the bibliography, and section 10, any appendices we might need. For example, summary tasks to be completed at the state level, employee benefits, administration and formation of the new districts, banking, some of the stuff business managers will have to deal with for sure, after school programs, payroll, union notices, payroll,
That's great.
etc.
we'll make sure that it's up on the screen so folks can see it hopefully, but we'll make sure that it's also linked to the webpage. Thanks so much for going through that, Representative Quimby. Are there any general reactions to this as just kind of a draft document to get us started to think about the work that is needed to head toward that report and how it'll ultimately be generated? And if not, we can move on, and obviously you can chime in anytime. Yes?
This might be too detailed, but on the data section, it might make sense to list the data and then have summary pieces of it, but then have a bunch of that in the appendices.
I was just wondering the same thing.
Versus section 2, huge amount of data. Of course, the summary pieces would be fine with various graphics that illustrate them.
Yep. Thank you.
On my team, just because it may not be accessible, it might be helpful just to read what the other appendix items were. Not the details under each appendix item,
Yeah.
but after appendix A.
Yeah, so appendix B, guidance on formation of new unified board, dissolution of existing boards. C is the current roles and responsibilities of Vermont school districts. D, the data provided to support mergers under Act 46.
Okay, so I would recommend that we continue to work on this, and you know, we can sort of present it at every meeting at the beginning, just to show folks where we're at and what we've done to make changes. I'm getting messages that Orca may not be working either, and that it seems to be buffering. So there's, again, a lot of frustration out in the universe. So I just want to acknowledge that we are doing the best that we can and apologize for the tech lapses. If folks around the room could make sure to speak up, that would be much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Senator.
Yes.
I would also suggest anybody listening, if they come in through Teams, you can hear it really well right now because of all the speakers from Orca without the buffering. That's what I'm being told, that Teams is better than the Orca right now, as an option. And again, apologies.
Okay, so I don't know if everyone heard that, but it seems as though Teams right now is actually a better option than watching the live stream on Orca. So if folks who are trying to, I don't even know if they can hear me right now, but if you're on Orca, move over to Teams. So frustrating, and we'll hopefully get there soon and have this dialed in. Okay, moving on. If anyone else has anything to say about the outline, I will pause. Otherwise, we will move on to the status of the data request. I wanted folks to know that last week I met with Rep. Quimby was there, Rep. Holcomb was there. We met with the AOE and Secretary Saunders and folks from, I met with the folks from the AOA and Secretary Saunders and folks from the AOE and ADS. It was a small but mighty group that met to talk about data. We went over sort of the whole bundle of data that we had requested as a task force, and we talked about what is available, what is not available, when it might be available, if it might be available. We sort of went through all the iterations. We were given I'm calling it a bundle for lack of a better term. It is now posted on the webpage for folks who want to take a look at it. I shared with Secretary Saunders and the folks who were at that meeting that, and I think Representative Holcomb brought this up earlier, that we hear from school districts, you know, as a senator, I hear from schools in my Senate district as well as from schools and districts around the state, that sometimes the data that they have is different from what is shared or what is presented by the AOE. And that is an issue. And the reason that I am bringing that up is that we've sort of made a commitment to make sure that what we post on our webpage is accurate. And when there are those discrepancies, it is problematic. So one of the things that I was told in the meeting was to make sure that when we have discrepancies or issues with data that we let the Secretary of Education know, which I'm happy to do. I think we're all happy to do that. I would just say that those discrepancies or those issues with data also speak to possibly a more systemic issue around data. And I hope that we can cherry pick and tell them about the problems that we're seeing or the issues that we're having. But I would hope that there's also work being done to sort of fix at a more systemic level the issues that we're having with data. And, I keep thinking of, trying to build a house on a shaky foundation. We don't want to be putting together maps using faulty data. So we want to make sure that that foundation is solid when we're thinking about creating these maps that will ultimately potentially be districts in the state of Vermont. So I just wanted to share that. I don't know if anyone has anything to add about data. We've obviously seen that there was some limitation, with us being able to do our CTE maps for this week. That will hopefully get resolved on the 29th. I think, Jay, you probably, when it comes to your time, you'll speak to data as well, I would imagine, yeah. Anybody else? Yeah.
Just a general observation. We said at the beginning that this is just a huge task that we're doing. And I completely agree that we need the best data. Actually, what I should say is I believe we need the best data that we can get. In some of these processes, we're going to have to just move ahead with what we have, right? So I just want to be mindful of our short time frame, both in duration and in the number of meetings.
That's a
there
good.
needs to come a point where we.
That's a great question,
go ahead
Senator.
And then this also relates to having very clear assumptions. And I just want to bring that up again because it's just very important that we are clear with the public what assumptions we are making. Because at some point we will have to make assumptions.
Well, so I think you bring up a really good point. And I think I hear it phrased as a question, or I'm going to phrase it as a question. You just said we have to move forward no matter what kind of thing. Is that true? I mean, do we have to move forward? If we know that the data is not correct, do we have to move forward? I'm asking that as an open-ended question. I don't have an answer necessarily, but it's a good question.
Okay, so by moving forward, do you mean the maps?
Well, what do you mean?
That's what I would
Yeah.
mean by moving.
Okay.
I mean, that's our purpose.
Yeah, exactly. Kim?
That's our charge.
So I'm just clicking around data that's on the AOE website, and the most current data I'm finding is 21. And so have we not been required to report anything to the feds since 21?
Anybody
Does
want to
somebody
answer
know
that?
that answer?
I don't feel like I want to.
Gentleman over here.
Yes.
Hey, I can
Torrin.
answer that question. Hey, everybody, my name is Torrin Mallard. I'm with the Agency of Education, the Director of Policy and Communications over there. Would like to address some issues with data generally, because I think that is a very important issue here. In terms of your question specifically about certain years, as you'll see if you go through the interactive data website, there's some sources of data that the most recent one might be 2021, but there's also plenty that are a little more recent than that, 2023, 2024. So there is a data lag in some cases, but most of the data sets should be more recent than 2021.
I just clicked on a couple, so I did not do an exhaustive list. I was just
Sure.
trying to see what we could find. And then it occurred to me there are requirements for states to report to the feds. And I just don't know, is there a place that we can minimally see what's being reported to the feds by the state? As a, even a big summary look at our state, which is not as helpful as the local data of what local districts are reporting to the state to help inform what's reported to the feds. So I would love any insight on that, because that, if it's being reported somewhere, should be accessible to us somewhere, and probably, frankly, accessible to the public.
Thank you.
And I feel like
Kim.
it used to be.
Thank you, Kim. I'll let Torrin speak and then Jen.
Yeah, absolutely. So are you wondering, you wanting to see just data that we generally report to the feds? overall, like
Yeah, does it
separate from this
exist
data request?
publicly, or do we have to like do it? Like if that existed, we would at least know the universe of information in its most current form as it's been reported to
Yeah,
Fed.
so we do have a separate section of the Agency of Education website that has a lot of data that has, I think that includes a lot of the data that we do report to the feds. I'm sure there's probably other data too. That's separate from the data, I mean, in a lot of cases, it's the same data, but are you asking about separate from the specific data requests from the task force?
No, I'm just trying to figure out how we find the most current data lit anywhere for any purpose,
So-
and for our purposes in particular, because if it's there publicly, maybe.
Absolutely. So anything that was requested by the task force, we have provided the most recent data that we have been able to do for those specific data requests. And in some cases, that might be, I guess I don't know exactly which files you're referring to that are 2021. There probably are some files like that. But as I've been overseeing a lot of these files personally, and I know there are some that are much more recent than that.
Kim, I'm gonna suggest that Jen respond, and then
Of course,
we might
yeah.
need to do some work sort of offline or
Yeah,
outside
that's
of
fine.
this.
I was just trying to
task
see
force.
what we could see as the public.
Okay,
not
thank you.
as
Jen,
us.
did you wanna add anything?
Yeah, I just want to point out that we don't in the state have a systematic way for collecting student information systems or financial data, and there's a very long list. So every single district does it a little bit differently. And so when the data is drawn to and from the AOE, it's not consistently categorized in different schools, even though we'll fill out surveys. And so there is a systems problem, which is no fault of the AOEs, but it exists. And so the data that we get, ultimately, there's gonna be errors in it. And I don't think there's any way around that, having been in school systems and being incredibly frustrated by the inaccurate data coming to and from the particular districts I was in.
Thank
So
you.
I think we need to somehow accept that and disclaim, and I'm happy to, hash that out in a paragraph form and explaining it, and then make recommendations on how in the future to fix it.
That's really helpful. Getting back to Senator Harrison's question, I think that might be the answer, is that there has to be some kind of narrative in the report that speaks directly to the data, the veracity of the data, the quality of the data, and how that, is affecting the decisions that we're making. I am hearing, Torrin, that you are not being heard very well, so if anyone wants to speak, I would suggest they come to the table. So maybe we can queue up another chair at some point for any visitors. But did you want to add anything, Torrin? And if so, why don't you come on up?
Sure. Is it okay if I speak generally to the data concerns?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I think anywhere at the table, because there are enough mics today that hopefully you'll be picked up.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Torrin. Sure, go ahead. We're happy to hear from you.
Yeah, so again, Torrin Ballard with the Agency of Education. I'll say first off that we are really excited as the agency to be supporting this work in this way by providing the data. I know how important that is to this process. I say that as a member of the agency, but also as a former researcher in my last job. I used to request a lot of data from state agencies of education, so I understand any frustrations there. Also want to apologize personally and on behalf of the agency for some of the timeline with making some of this data available. I know in some cases that's held up some work, and I know that's frustrating. It's frustrating for us too, and so just want to apologize for that in terms of the timeline there. I think I've heard some concerns about data discrepancies and even systemic data issues. When it comes to that, as you said earlier, if there's any discrepancies, please let us know directly. You can contact Secretary Saunders directly. You can CC me on those as well. The agency takes the accuracy of our data very seriously, and if there are any issues, we want to know about that so we can fix them. We've heard a lot of discussion about data discrepancies. We have yet to actually see any examples of that, so please let us know if there's any cases, and we want to get on that immediately. I think that also speaks to a systemic data issue. If that's the case, we don't know it's a systemic issue unless we're aware of some of those discrepancies. So please let us know. We want to fix that as soon as possible.
Thank you, Torrin.
Absolutely.
And I would just echo that what Torrin said also, if you could please CC Representative Granning and myself on any data emails, that would be super helpful. Representative Holcomb.
I just have to say, I have personally pointed out some data discrepancies to the agency, so I don't think it's true that there are none, nor that the agency has not been notified, but we look forward to working constructively with you to address them as they come up.
Absolutely. And I'm not trying to suggest that there are no discrepancies out there, there are no issues. I can't speak to every single data file and the accuracy to that. But I can speak to the extent to which we are aware of that. Perhaps in the past you've pointed some out. I'm not aware of any of these discrepancies, so please let us know if there's anything that come up soon or has come up recently related to these data requests so we can get on that immediately. Because we do take that very seriously. We know it's important to all of this work.
Thank you, Torrin. You were going to be getting some emails for sure. We
All right, I'm
appreciate
looking
you.
forward to
Thank
it.
you. Thank you. Thank you. We are starting to slip behind, which is like makes me very anxious. So let's move on to item F on our agenda, which is requesting input from school board chairs. I did want folks to know that the plan is for Representative Granning and I to go to Killington tomorrow to meet with superintendents at an all-members meeting. The purpose of that is to give updates on what's happening with our task force, as well as frankly just listening and hearing from folks on the ground. And then possible, hasn't been set in stone yet, but possibly hearing from some superintendents on the 29th to be determined, but I wanted folks to be aware of that. Also, I wanted to ask your permission and ask for input. The VSBA, I spoke with them as well. I've asked them to help us get to sort of survey school boards and school board, particularly chairs. So I wanted to make sure it was okay with this task force to have the Vermont School Board Association put together a survey, send it to board chairs so that we can get some input from boards across the state. I will gladly share that survey with everyone before we send it out, but I just wanted to get sort of a temperature read. Is that okay with folks? Yeah, okay.
Will they send it to all school district chairs or just the ones that are members? Because some of them pulled out.
What would you like? What would,
Everyone.
yeah, great, thank you. Wonderful, thanks so much. And then in terms of moving on to G, the tech, we've already had a tech discussion and public access, apologies again. Possible meeting sites, when we're thinking about the two public hearings, and I know we're gonna have some folks talk about that in a little bit. I wanted to share with folks that I've heard from a couple of areas that are really interested in housing or, hosting those two events. Oxbow High School was one, and then Rutland City was another. And I mentioned it already this morning to Sue. When I looked on the map, I actually thought it was kind of an elegant solution because Oxbow is sort of like northeast quadrant of the state. It's on 91. Rutland is on 7. It's kind of southwest.
It's actually the hub of the universe.
It's the hub of the universe, and
We think White River Junction is.
and Waterbury is kind of in between. So I thought it was not a bad solution. So are folks okay with having Representative Granning and I pursue that at this point? Yeah. Okay.
I'd really like to talk about it some more, just because areas south of Rutland are really not well represented here.
Thoughts? Anybody? I don't want to be the only one speaking to this. Yes.
My concern is if we don't start scheduling, we're not gonna get any, so how would we feel about looking for a third meeting site in the south?
That would be great. Yeah, and I had already suggested a couple, so.
So I think the issue is bringing it to fruition. So
Sure.
Oxbow has already said that they have space capacity and it won't interfere with student operations. I think we need to locate a southeastern location that can provide the tents and provide.
That's
the
fine,
access.
that's
Yeah,
no problem.
listen, okay. Are you okay with that?
I mean, I'm okay if the task force is okay. Yeah. Okay.
And how far is Oxbow north? How far
So
north?
It's in Bradford, so
Between
it's,
White River
and
It's,
St.
it's,
John's.
it's 35 minutes north of Hartford. About.
Is it accessible
from the Kingdom, for the Kingdom.
Strike
folks?
Yeah.
91.
Right, I know it's on 91, but I didn't know.
Distance is relative.
Yeah,
It probably is,
Can you get
again,
there?
35 minutes from Linden, if
Yeah,
that.
I mean, it's on 91, so you can
Yeah.
get there quick.
Okay, fantastic, thanks. We're moving in the right direction. Sue?
Wendy, could I just, are you offering to look, suggest a southern site?
Yes.
For the group? Okay.
Okay. I am prepared to move on to high-level takeaways from our last meeting, which is number 4 on the agenda. Would anyone like to, so you don't have to keep listening to my voice all day long, would anyone like to speak to the high-level takeaways from our last meeting? I would like you to speak to the high-level takeaways from our last meeting. Yes, Rebecca Holcomb, thank you for raising your hand.
I'm just gonna start because I know it's really hard for someone to start, so I'm hoping that everyone else will jump in and correct the record. I was struck by how challenging it's gonna be to tie the mapping process to the goals that we articulated, but also how important that is. And so I think that's gonna take a lot of time for us as a committee, and I don't wanna underestimate the amount of work that's gonna happen outside of the meetings to make that possible, so thanks to you for starting to think about that. And also how hard it was at the end of our meeting for our task force to even commit to possible maps to develop, which suggests a certain amount of concern around the plans and what the implications might be.
I should respond to that, just because I was the person, or maybe there were more of us, who I was concerned with doing maps before we did the a rubric. That was my concern. I feel very strongly that we do need to fulfill our charge, which is to provide maps.
I would add to that, thinking about this on the way home after the meeting, given the magnitude and complexity of the task by December 1, we shouldn't let the perfect get in the way of the good. We want it to be perfect, but we have a task to develop these maps. We'll do our best. It won't be perfect.
Kim?
I think we paused on the idea of just taking stabs, and I think I'm probably echoing a bit of what Rebecca was saying, in that when that suggestion was made, we paused and said we haven't yet established a common agreement on what our goals are and what the indicators are that we see contributing to those goals. So we don't have our rubric. And in the absence of that, we may appear to be doing exactly that, which everybody was fearing will happen, that we are reacting to a handful of public comments or something less strategic than a transparent, data-informed process. So I think we took away that we weren't going to do that. We were going to look at a couple of the models that had been spoken about in the context of trying to come up with what that rubric should look like.
Thank you,
Am I
Kim.
remembering that
Yeah.
correctly?
Yeah, that's really helpful. Thank you for centering us around that. I do want to just say that, and I forgot to say this earlier, but it actually works here because it was sort of a takeaway from our last meeting too, is that moving forward, I really feel as though, and I'm saying this to the public so that they have, so I'm just prepping you, we are a task force, right? We are not a board and we're not a committee. We actually need to be doing work here in this space, and I am imagining, and I spoke to Sue about this as well, you know, we've got, 5 meetings left after this one. We're probably going to be breaking up into small groups and doing some work in smaller groups in here in this meeting. So it's going to be frustrating for people who are Zooming in. It's going to be frustrating for folks on Orca, but we need to be able to do our work, and I do think we are going to need some small groups. So I'm just letting folks know, we'll be coming back to the table for periodic updates, but we need to be able to do our work, and we're not a board, we're a task force. So thank you for understanding that, and Sue is going to help us facilitate that moving forward. Thank you. So if we're ready to move on to item 5 on the agenda, we have a presentation of a revised statement of problem and goals, and then we can vote on it after a discussion. But Jay and Beth have been working on that, I believe. And I will cede the floor to the two of them to present their work. Please make sure you're speaking up so that the universe can hear you. Thank you.
So Beth and I, amid really busy schedules, Beth had some major commitments, and I had a son get married and a daughter have a baby since last meeting.
Congratulations.
Yeah, so, but we did manage to connect back and forth, thanks to technology, and we undertook this task. We just took all of the drafted statements we'd already made about what our problems were as we saw them, and we both noted that they read more like solutions or sort of guidelines for decision making, and they really didn't look like problems. So very literally, we went to each of those statements and then tried to flip it into a problem to be solved. So we can kind of run down through them. I took the liberty of sort of categorizing them. I lumped equity, effectiveness, and quality, and Beth and I thought that kind of captured that group of statements that we had made.
Jay, can I interrupt you for
Sure.
1 second? We can see this up on the screen. Can you tell us where else this lives right now for folks who around the table, but also folks who might be zooming in? Is it on our webpage?
It
Ooh, I
is.
don't know.
Okay.
I posted it.
It is, okay, great.
Yep, it's on our website if you go, for folks at home, if you go to our website, our landing page, it has our agenda, and then any document that's going to be reviewed today is also listed there, including this one. And I also posted that link that was not working. It's there as well.
Yeah.
So hopefully you have everything.
Thank you, Chrissy.
So I will make just a disclaimer that the statements in italics, which are our reframed problem statements, they're not my opinion. They're just a sort of a literal translation. Beth and I didn't take any ownership for them, and I think they all deserve to be questioned.
Yeah.
So the first one was that we had said that we were going to ensure better and more opportunities for all students in all schools, and so that, I guess, assumes that educational opportunities for all Vermont students are inadequate in both quality and quantity, is the way we had stated that. The second, give every kid a fair chance, even though student experiences may differ. We said educational opportunities and resources for Vermont students are inequitable. We're basically essentially saying across the board. Provide cohesion in the pre-K-12 experience of Vermont students. We said educational opportunities and resources for Vermont students are inconsistent and their experiences are different.
Okay, just
Yeah. Sure, Senator Beck.
provide cohesion in the Vermont what does that mean?
Well, we said that. I can't, like I
That
said, I
was-
can't take ownership for it. That was
So we
one
just
of our.
we just took the 14 statements that were
Okay.
brainstormed in the chart paper. We didn't change those at all.
Okay.
And many of these say the same thing. We didn't group them together. We just kept the 14 that were there and restated the 14 as people had brainstormed them.
Is it helpful to explain what I meant? I think that was something I put on the list, or we can come back to it after.
Why don't you go ahead and explain it?
So in that I meant that the district's SUs are aligning resources and assets for the outcomes of students on a pre-K-12 continuum. So when tuitioning happens, there's sort of that loss of continuum. So if we build systems that include tuitioning, we may want to suggest mechanisms for collaboration between middle and high schools that could accomplish a pre-K-12 focus on outcomes for students. So it was very much so about outcomes and opportunities for students on the full continuum and collaboration around governance that can support that full continuum. enforcement.
Yes, Jay?
So I would just follow up and say, so did our restatement capture your concern with the statement you originally made?
I think it does, I think it loses the pre-K-12. And I think I was very intentional for that to be what I think could be said to be able to strategically think about the experience of students on the full continuum.
So if we just added
In a K-12
the statement about in the pre-K-12
Yep.
continuum at the end of that, it would
Yeah,
be, okay.
inconsistent in their experiences are different. Resources for Vermont students pre-K-12 are inconsistent in their experiences are different.
Jay?
And I would suggest that, again, we went through this to put these in the form of problem statements. We may read through all these and decide that they're not all the problem that we're here to solve.
Right.
And I have some follow-up questions that we had generated at the end of this that we can discuss.
Okay, thanks. I think Representative Holcomb had her hand up. Did you
I'm
want to?
just going to offer a very concrete, small example. This came up in the context of the military compact, because we all know that a lot of families move in and out of Vermont around service. And one of the challenges is if you're moving in and out or moving within Vermont, if there isn't some coherence in K through 12 progression, you could move and get, dinosaurs 5 years in a row. I'm trying to think of a stupid example, but you get my idea, because there's no coherence of a statewide mission.
Either vertically or horizontally.
Or horizontally. You know
Okay.
what I'm talking about.
So we may want to flesh that out a little bit more,
Yeah,
but that's,
put a note here.
this is a really interesting topic. So thanks. I'll let you continue.
Sure. The next was provide a way to address growing cost, and so we just stated it as a problem, and said the cost of public education in Vermont is not sustainable. The next category we had was governance and operational efficiency. These were some of the more technical statements that we had made. So we said, support local elementary schools and regional middle and high schools to the extent possible.
Sorry, can I interrupt?
Oh, sure.
Just getting back to that, and I'm just thinking out loud, I hope you all can humor me, but the cost of public education in Vermont is not sustainable. I don't know. My instant reaction was, is it the cost of public education, or is it the cost of healthcare? Or is it the cost of aging infrastructure? Or, you know what I mean? So I'm just earmarking that for maybe a future.
Again, we just restated what was said.
Right.
We didn't
I
make
got
any
you.
judgment of whether it was accurate, inaccurate,
Yeah.
it was an assumption that was.
And I would say yes,
I would-
all of the above.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. And which just goes to what you just addressed before, it's an onion, and I'll get into that more later.
Kim Gleason.
I was just bouncing back, and I apologize for doing it, but to the all caps, all Vermont students in number one, it's causing me pause. I think the challenge is those opportunities are varied across the state, and I'm not sure that it is, anytime you say all, I think there will be examples where that may not be true, and my suggestion might be is that we just remove the all, because I think that we either put some in there, or there are instances to be sought that would make that something people look away from and say that's just not true.
But again, it's a restatement of what was actually said and on the board.
And if we,
That's what was
I don't disagree.
And I didn't see it as all being all, but across the board, kind of. I saw the all as different from you, Kim, so we can also flesh that out a little bit. But yes, Representative Holcomb.
I was hoping we could flesh out what all meant, because there are students who've opted out of the public education system, and they've made choices. We have homeschooling students. We're not addressing what they learn here. That's not our job. So I think bounding what we mean by students, I assume we're talking about publicly funded students here.
Okay, let's, Jay.
I'm just gonna say, I think that's the purpose of doing this, was because we may disagree with the statements we made, or we may wanna restate them. Yeah, exactly.
We're kind of combining some of them together.
Yeah.
Right. Then we said, let's see.
I think we're on 6.
We're on 6, okay. Okay, so the original statement was create opportunities for shared services that lead to better quality and opportunity to lower cost. We said our current system lacks economies of scale for many educational services. Number 7 was need to integrate the components, including CTE, in a coordinated way, which we thought was a statement saying that elements of our pre-K through 12 system, including CTE, lack integration and coordination. 8 was reduce the complexity that reduces the responsiveness and coherence of the pre-K-12 system. We changed just that general term complexity to our governance and administrative systems are too cumbersome to be effective and efficient. Then the rest of them were read much more like sort of warnings or caveats for our group that we had kind of drafted for ourselves. So the first was to acknowledge real constraints and be practical. And we said the task force is constrained by a short timeline and needs to avoid spending time on issues outside our purview. The second one was acknowledge cost and chaos caused by political instability and churn. We said need the political courage to consider decisions that may not gain universal support initially.
How did you get from cost and chaos to decisions that might not gain universal support? I mean, I agree with both of them, but I think they're different things.
There certainly is some editorial license in some of these. We were trying our best to sort of divine what we meant when we said that on the chart paper.
Okay.
But I'm thinking of Act 127 as an example, when many districts lurched, who had already completed our budgets, and then things kept changing and changing and changing, and we had multiple board meetings that weren't previously scheduled to cut spending, to upgrade facility. It was just, that's what I interpret to be churn, I guess, would be the word from our original statement. Political instability was tough to sort of conceptualize, at least it was for me, but I thought that meant sort of like the whole legislative process kind of going back and forth and sort of trying things in real time, seeing if they work, then going back and modifying them again. That's how we were interpreting that.
Not to mention the federal instability.
Right. And for me, it's that constant churn results in inaction, people throwing up their hands and saying, oh, we're going to do nothing then, because nothing ever works anyway, as opposed to having the political courage to say, okay, we need to have, this doesn't have initial support today, but in the long run it might, I guess. I don't know if I said that very well.
Yeah, no, there are multiple layers of political instability, I would say.
And again, these are all, they just did our best to frame them as problems for us to debate and then come up with a new thing to.
I have two hands, Representative Holcomb and then Kim Gleason.
I think the whole section from 8 through 10 is kind of interesting because I think they're also related. I'm going to give a non-education example. I've been hearing about how it now takes 4 months to get fingerprinting for someone in a child care. It takes them a week to get clearance and background checks to buy a firearm, just saying something kind of that. So it's just, but the reason is because of the cumulative legislation and that impact. So we think we pass very simple laws, but the reality is when you start layering law after law after law, you sometimes get extraordinary complexity. So it's not clear to me it's the district or just the way we require districts to do things as well. So I just think that there's a lot there to unpack.
Yes, thank you for that. And Kim?
I think addressing the cost piece of it, we might add to that statement, need political courage to consider decisions that may not gain universal support initially, and fund those that are decided upon. So to address the unfunded mandates that are cyclical in education policy and the challenges that districts then face to do our best to implement.
Chris?
First off, thank you, Jay and Beth, for doing this. This is awesome. So I don't like, I'm curious about number 8. I don't like to go, I was gonna wait till we got to the end, but then my question is governance or cumbersome for who? And it's kind of like, it's a question that I would love us to tackle because again, so too cumbersome to be effective and efficient. just think it opens up a question for me. Because again, I think when I was running as supervisor, I did it pretty effective and efficient. So I don't know. So just my comment, question that I'd like to circle back to at some point.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, of course.
Jay?
So I guess going back to whoever offered this statement originally on the chart paper, trying to figure out what the complexity is. Is it the fact that we have 52 SUs and 119 districts to serve 80,000 students? Is that the complexity? Is it because we have like a district that has 10 towns and who knows, 6, 8 boards? You know, that kind of complexity is how I interpreted it as a superintendent, thinking like, and then you figured our entire state system is comprised of individual complex units like that. So to make any one decision or to implement a new law or to negotiate a teacher's contract, you've got this being replicated all these different ways in all these different locations with all the local contexts. That's complex. And the more I even try to wrestle with my other task here was try to draw a county map, all those questions.
No, I hear you. See, I thought the complexity may be the ed formula.
That's another one.
See, I think I might have even said this. So
That's not your governance, that's your finance.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. It's dizzy.
Yeah.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Thank you both. That was really helpful.
Yep.
Did you want to say something? No? Okay, great.
Martine, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes?
Hi, it's a voice from the deep. I only have a cold, but it sounds horrible. I apologize. My raise hand button isn't working, so I kind of did this.
This is Representative Granning, the co-chair of the committee, for folks who may not know. Go ahead.
Sorry, thank you. One of the things that I think this talks to or talks around is the fact that we in Vermont have set up systems that work for everyone in a way that they want it to work for them, rather than a system that works for the state and works for, that is a cohesive system singularly, right? And so I think that that's not what's said here, but that's what we're trying, that's one of the things that needs to be fixed. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Representative Granning. Yes, that does make sense.
The next one was to be attuned to the potential for chaos and disruption at the federal level. And so, again, it seems like a guideline. We need to build a system that can withstand federal variation because we're going to have changes every 4 years. And we need to be,
hopefully,
we need to be strong enough to flex on those. Build on and reflect local knowledge. This was tough to interpret. So our effort here, we said need to build a system that can collect and respond to local feedback in productive ways. So again, open to a suggestion on how to better rephrase that, but that was the best we came up with. Last 13 was do no harm and build on what works, no disruption for the sake of disruption. Sorry if this sounds a little opinionated, but need to stop lurching. Policy by trial and error is excessively disruptive. And that's what we in the field, like, I don't want to speak for Jen, but like, that's what it sometimes felt like or has felt like to us is that these organizations, which are tricky to keep in balance and keep operating smoothly, suddenly like find ourselves like reacting. Everything from how data is collected to what system we're going to use for business operations to these things that come to,
What textbook series you're going to use.
Yeah, the textbook series we're going to use PCB testing and PCB remediation, all of these things. If you can imagine, our day-to-day job is like teaching and learning. And then these other things come into play, and yeah, that's why I phrased it that way.
And I just want to take a second to acknowledge how valuable it is to have some former superintendents on this task force. It is, I mean, it's great to have teachers. There's a handful of us here, but superintendents, it's just thank you so much for doing this work, and your voice and experience is really crucial. So thanks.
I like that one.
Yeah.
Last one.
The last one, reflect data-driven, not feeling-driven decision-making. This is we haven't even suggested a map yet, and this is super emotional work. People are already like jumping to the conclusion that their school's in danger of being closed. There's just a lot of emotion there. And I really feel like the antidote to that is what we said here, we need relevant, clearly presented data to inform and reinforce our work and build community trust. This is a dead horse we're continuing to beat, but that's the only, I truly, like, I think we agreed that, like, this needs to be, yes, this makes total sense, or this makes sense for the vast majority with some outliers, but that's going to be key. There's just a few guiding questions, you've already asked a lot more that are better, but we just, as we did this exercise, we were just saying with our prior statements reframed as problems rather than solutions or guidelines, what further questions arise? We've already had a few. Given these restated problems, what data would be important to consider in testing those statements and developing solutions? When we said all students need more stuff, very justifiably, so is all the right word? Well, what's the data say? Are any of our problem statements out of scope for our task force? And given some of our earlier conversations, I would argue probably some of them are.
Yeah.
Have we captured all the major problems? And if we use these problem statements to guide our map development, how might the maps facilitate subsequent work outlined in Act 73? And I go back to the idea of groundwork and building a foundation for all the other committees that are going to now implement Act 73 and have to make decisions with our platform as the base. So again, if we use these problem statements, are they going to help us build a good foundation?
Thank you. Kim Gleason?
I'm gonna go back to number 5 if it's okay. This is a very direct set of questions that I've heard, but I also think it may be worth a conversation for us. The law says support local elementary, central middle, and regional high schools.
Yes.
That's the language of the law. The question posed to me in a number of contexts and arenas were, what are the definitions of those local, central, and regional? And I think that is somewhat foundational to thinking about the structures we're building. I know the fear is that local schools will close. I know the law has minimum class sizes in it too. So it may be important for us to think about those definitions, because I don't disagree with our PK-12 system needs a more coherent structure with flexibility. I'm not sure that is capturing, that sentiment is capturing that the law is requiring us to be attentive to local elementary, central middle, and regional high schools. And I'm not even sure what that means if we were requiring ourselves to be attentive to it, which we must.
Right, so in the interest of time, because we still have a few minutes, but we're coming up to the 10:45 mark. Couple questions. One, just like looking at this table, you have 3 columns. What was your intention for the other 2 columns?
Somehow.
First one was just the number.
Yeah, I got distorted in translation, it looks like. Probably because I was landscape. But the last column was.
I just made notes.
Just notes, okay.
Sure, notes or rephrasing or questions that you have.
Okay. And I'll follow up, but I see that Sue has her hand up.
I just have a process suggestion. I just wonder, to help the group kind of narrow this down a little bit, if it would be worth it to take a couple of minutes to have task force members note if there are any of these problem statements that they feel are like, this is really important, we need this. And then also if there's anything that you feel is outside the scope of the task force work. And if we spent maybe 5 minutes with that, we could do a go around and I could record that, and that might help us kind of start to narrow down where you want to get to.
Okay, yeah, we do have 5 minutes, so
make sense?
we could do that, yep.
So I just indicate, I'll split the column into problem statements that you think are very important, that you don't have questions about, that you think we should be including this, and then anything that you believe is outside of the scope of the task force work.
Yeah, and I mean, and even before we get to that, you know, I'm assuming that what we're doing here is going to inform the template and also like ultimately the rubric and the report. So, yeah, it's critical that we sort of get this right, yes.
So can I ask a clarifying question? I mean, so first of all, we're gonna have to spin, because some of the language is gonna evolve anyway, but are you talking about the purpose of the problem being solved by this task force or being solved by 454 ostensibly?
The problems being, I understand your question, but I don't think I have an answer. We're asking you to say, are there problem statements that are beyond the scope of this task force? But it seems to me that you want to look broadly at the problems you're trying to solve, because this task force is a foundational piece of a larger puzzle. So it feels like a broader interpretation would be appropriate from my perspective, but I would defer to other people.
So I think, just to play back what I think I'm hearing you say, is that to do mapping, we have to make some assumptions about the goal of the bill. So what we're trying to articulate is what our assumptions are about the purpose of 454, so that we can make decisions in the context, this narrow context. Because the bill didn't actually specify goals. So we're assuming them.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I mean, that's something that Senator Harrison's brought up many times too, just like making sure that we identify the assumptions that we're making as we move forward. Yeah.
So we're saying, what problem statements do you want to use as guidelines for your work, but they could be broader than your work? And then are there any problem statements that are clearly outside the scope of this task force that you want to set aside?
Great. Does anyone want to start?
Let's just give people, Martine, if you don't mind, just another minute so they can do their own work, and then we'll do a quick go around.
I don't mind at all. Thank you. Yeah.
So, people are ready, we can. Looks like people might need another moment, so. Let's wrap up in 30 seconds and then we'll go around and we'll hear where people are at. And I'll just record X's by the areas of support, so that we just have a sense of if there's some consensus emerging. So Jennifer, would you be willing to start and just share which problem statements you support as being set?
1B needs to be phrased such that it doesn't say all students have inadequate, but it's not adequate for all. Because this reads, I will tell you, my child had an adequate and excellent education, but that's not true for everybody. So that just needs to be reframed.
Rephrase, okay.
And then number 13. 13B, that I believe should be reframed in terms of task force needs to recommend maps that blah, 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 versus need to stop lurching policy by trial and error, because our role is not policy. I mean, it's to recommend maps.
Okay.
And so the response should be such.
Great, thank you. Lindy?
Okay, great. I agree about 1B, and I'm glad you said it, so put me on for that.
Maybe inconsistent.
Well, just that the way I read the second, or the interpretation is that all the opportunities for all students are inadequate, and I don't think that's the case. And I don't think that was.
Oh, no, I just said.
Yeah, okay. So, the give every kid a fair chance, number 2,
Okay,
I think I support that.
okay.
Number 5, support that, local elementary schools, regional. I support number 6, opportunities for shared services, which we're already doing. I'd like to talk about those more.
Okay.
7B, about elements, including a CTE lack integration. I have concerns about 8, but I don't think it's worth talking about that now.
Okay.
Number 9, B, that we're constrained, definitely. 12A, I prefer the A. I have some questions on B, which we could talk about, but I don't think we have time to. And then 14B, the data.
Great,
Thank you.
I've sort of lumped 1, 2, and 3. They're all different ways of stating the equity proposition, and I thought we might be able to combine those into one problem statement. I agree, though, number 1, all stood out to me when I translated that. We said all students in all schools, and I was thinking, well, all schools aren't necessarily suffering on the inequity. That's why there's inequity. The next one, the cost statement, that I felt needed to be maintained because it's part of our charge.
Which number is that?
That's number 4. Let's see, 5, I thought we could replace more coherent structure with local, central, regional, since that's again, stated from the charge. And I thought that the cost statement in 4, and then the statement in 6 sort of is an equity statement and a cost statement, but I thought we could combine those cost items. And then 7 and 8 were both about governance, coordination, integration. So was 11. And I thought even 12, we could probably combine or at least decrease the number of statements around governance, coordination, integration. Same with 14.
7, 8, 11, 12, and 14.
Yeah, and I thought we could actually get rid of 9, 10, and 13. Simply, they're guidelines. They're not, if we're truly trying to state the problem, those are just guidelines. We could have those as a separate part of it. Those aren't the problems we're trying to solve. It's just advice to solve them.
Okay.
If you're doing a tally, in the interest of time, 1 through 4, 7, 14.
Thank you. Give me 1 minute.
You win some award.
Great.
I can talk if it's quiet and people are thinking. I think that number 6 is part of the priority. I agree that 1, 2, and 3 are basically the same, restating. I don't love the way 4 is written. The cost of public education in Vermont is not sustainable. I think the property taxes are what people are reacting to, but I also think that the system that we use to fund schools doesn't work well. Locals get to choose how much they want to spend and everybody pays for it. It's an inflationary system. It's a system that is not designed to contain costs, and if cost containment is part of the issue, that's something we need to be thinking about. And we restated a bunch of times in here that we want to have flexibility. We want a system with flexibility. And one of my concerns is that the flexibility that is built into our system today is part of the problem and part of the cause of the inconsistency. And so I just want to be really, I don't want to lose sight of that. I don't know how helpful that was, but.
I think if we can, because this is taking some time, do what David just modeled and I can just capture some that we can save the discussion.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you mine. 2, 5 through 8, and 12.
It's helpful, Sue. I think I aligned most closely with Jay's suggestions and grouping, with the language changes that we had discussed. I think that I might contribute to 4. I think those are all important. So I will say the whole first page I think is important, and in our task set, in the not sustainable, the cost of public education not sustainable without risking cuts to opportunities for kids would
What
be.
number is that?
That is
4.
number 4. Because whatever's driving the costs, in theory, we can contain it. We will just keep cutting opportunities for kids. I think 7 is a task of a different study regarding CTE. We must make sure we've got CTE within what we're building, but I'm not sure it's within our responsibilities to solve the problems of the current CTE structures. I had that not necessarily in our purview. I don't think 12 is necessarily directly in our purview. So I had 9, 10, 12, 13 not necessarily in our purview, with the caveat that I think 12 could be informed by a recommendation to require ongoing engagement with local schools of these larger districts. So I think that's a recommendation. I think it's actually the work of the commission, not our work. And then 14 I had as important.
I was doing some grouping also, not quite exactly the same as Jay. Like, I think 1 and 2 can be grouped together. I had 3 and 5, and actually probably 7, because it all talks about having a coherent system. And also 4 and 6, talking about costs, kind of go together. Definitely equity, effectiveness, and quality. Those are my 3, the 3 big words say it for me.
So 2, 4, I pretty much agree with it, but 2, 4, 6, 8, even though I had a comment about that, assuming we're gonna wordsmith it. And 10 are the ones I agree with. 13 I like as like a driving, as the driving task. Whether that's the essential task of us, I don't know, I just like number 13. And the one I thought we could live without was number 9.
Scott already went, didn't he? I mean, Senator Beck?
He went.
Yeah. I'm going to abstain as chair. My comments were, Jen Botsow-Jerns basically said what I was going to say, so that's captured there. Did you want to go, or have you gone?
I don't, people have said a lot of it. I would just observe that some of these goals are attention, and they always are, so you never arrive. And, you know, I think people have written extensively about that. Public education is hard to help everyone get fair chance and also help some kids get ahead. And it's hard to do both of those in the context of affordability. I really have I hope we can rewrite 1B. I think CTE speaks, that concern should be part of 1B, and I think a lot of what we're addressing here are symptoms, not causes. In terms of lack of coherence, I do think we need to look at safety in some way, shape, or form. And if we did that, we would address the cost issue. I have a real problem with 4 because, you know, we keep putting new stuff in the ed fund and in the property tax that's not education, and that's very regressive, and there's no way schools can control that. So I think that's a misnomer, the way it's written there right now. And I really come down hard on 14B because we have an obligation to our public to be able to articulate what we're doing, why we're doing it, and what the evidence is to support any recommendation we make.
So we had on our agenda to vote, and I don't feel as though we're not prepared to do that, so wait for the 29th to do, yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Rep. Quimby and Jay Adams for doing that. That was really helpful, and will inform a lot of what we end up with at the end of the day, and I appreciate that.
Can I just make one process off?
Sure.
So I really appreciate the work you did, and this conversation was incredibly helpful. The piece that Jen is going to present was trying to build on your partial work at the time you did it. So I think everybody needs to understand we're iterative in all these documents. Just need to say that up front.
Absolutely, thank you. And hopefully everyone heard that, the iterative nature of the work, absolutely. So I was gonna suggest a quick alteration on the agenda. I was hoping that maybe Kim Gleason and Senator Harrison might be able to just share the information that they learned about public hearings, and then we move to to test the template with Jen and Rebecca. Is that okay with you?
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Yes, so, and if you could, as brief and thorough at the same time as possible, thank you.
Well, and I think it'll be especially brief because we did some pause in anticipation of having some expertise with us in facilitation. But we did similarly speak about at least 2 locations to be spread out, and we had spoken about something a little further south, like a Bellows Falls area. So those were locations. We spoke about a timing for it. When you open a hearing, that stays open even if people are not there. And so we're thinking maybe 2.5 hours each occasion, because it will be available virtually, of course. We would provide guidance at 2.5 hours, I think, with the willingness to stay to the 3-hour mark, maybe, if that's an agreement among those who would be in attendance. I think guidance on how long each comment should be for folks who are coming to present and share, and that can be clearly articulated. We talked about a 1-pager that would give an update on sort of our task responsibilities and where we are in that process. I think having that for folks to have clarity, I think there continues to be some lack of clarity around what the law does and does not say right now, and what our pieces of the work are.
Thank you. So did you do some research into what is expected in a hearing? What is a hearing for everyone around the table?
I think Edie had some conversations with legal folks on that topic, but I don't want to put you on the spot, Edie. I think the information we had from that was that it's a public meeting, you know, it's captured, it has a start and an end, and you don't close that out earlier if you're done earlier.
Right.
You keep it open.
Yeah, and also Edie, maybe you have an answer to this too, but is it a back and forth conversation, or is it strictly people sharing is it just a sharing out, or is it a conversation?
Yeah, whatever parameters we put on there, we have to give everyone access. So we can choose to say we're gonna have a back and forth, but everybody has to have access to every back and forth. So as long as we are very clear on the parameters and everyone has equal access, we have quite a bit of flexibility, but there are some constraints. And so as we get into this more deeply and clearly, we can talk about what those constraints are. But we do have some flexibility. It does not have to be a hearing where we just listen. So that's helpful.
Okay,
However,
thank you.
if we do something else, there will be some constraints, so.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. It sounds like we need to do some work around what exactly it is that we're gonna be doing at those public hearings. And we've already talked a little bit about location. Sue, that's work we can do together. Seems like it's gonna be very important, and maybe on the 29th, we can have something drafted to share with the group. Dave?
We should just take a look at timing. I don't know if you
Yeah.
discussed that, the time of the day for a 2.5-hour public hearing.
Yeah. So
Yes.
it feels, we spoke just a little bit to say it would be great if there was not exactly the same time at both of them, that straddle an evening hours without it being too terribly late for folks. I think that is, if not both, at least one of them needs to have evening time. And then I think we recognized we're not going to be ready in September. And if we are too late in November, we can't really take that in as useful. So I think we need to be thoughtful about timing in October.
Yeah, no, that's really helpful. I have something to say, but Chris, go ahead.
Are we thinking these are outside of our 8 meetings, or are we gonna
Yes.
attach this to one, like, are we gonna change the times of one of
Right.
these?
We could do that.
And then, like, I'm with Kim, yeah, just thinking about timing and schedules and stuff, I think extending one of these in October, to me, makes sense.
So my point of view personally is that we need the 8 meetings to do the work of the task force, and that any 3 public hearings should be outside of the 8. That's my opinion. I personally can't fathom being able to do the work without another 5 meetings. Yeah,
My personal opinion is to have them outside the 8, now, especially now we've agreed the 8 are gonna be here, and the public ones are gonna be somewhere else. So, you know, we'd be meeting here, and then we're going to Oxbow, meeting here and going to Rutland, so.
yeah. Thank you. And I just want to reiterate what Dave said. I think it's really important, and I was at a commission meeting this past week with Kim Gleason as well. You know, we want to hear from folks who aren't always heard, right? We are, the testimony that we're seeing online, folks who are even able to come to these meetings have the privilege of time, of access, and of resources. My hope with these hearings and with any surveys that are sent out is that we hear from folks who don't normally have a voice, who aren't normally heard, who might be working 2 or 3 jobs to make it in this state. These are the people that we have to hear from. We hear the same voices over and over and over again. Those are the privileged, and I would include myself in that category. But it's important that we get to those folks who, the single parents and so on and so forth, who are an integral part of our system. And so the timing of those meetings and the locations, et cetera, are going to be super important. So I want to thank you for bringing that up. Great. Can we, Sue, I see you wanting to talk.
Well, I just have to chime in here for a minute. So I know one of your principles is do no harm. And I think that also applies to your interaction with the public. Because you can easily do harm if you have a lack of clarity about why you're engaging with people and what you're doing. So I don't have clarity at this moment. Are you engaging with people to inform them of your work? Are you trying to gather input that will inform map making? Or are you trying to get reaction to the maps you created to inform the legislature's assessment of the maps?
Good questions. Representative
I just want to
Fulton.
thank you for putting that. It's also why I was struggling
Yeah.
with the previous section, because there's nothing about this process that is inclusive, and we should just be right up front about that. So I think that the answer, the timing matters, right? If we have no maps for people to respond to, then there's nothing for them to give us a response to. I think it's unlikely we'll have anything until the end of November at best. So if we're doing public input and we want response to maps, we're not doing it till December. And if we're trying to get input on priorities, I think the questions have to be so carefully curated, or we are being super disrespectful by asking people to
give us their time, but not focusing how they provide input so that it's actually constructive to our process. So I'm hopeful that we can be incredibly intentional if we're doing it prior to any map development to make sure it's actually constructive and useful of people's time.
Kim Gleason.
That, I share all of those concerns, because we go to the well a lot and ask for people to give us feedback, and if we don't circle back with how that helped inform, people will just think they didn't listen, and that I don't think is the intent of any of us here. So it causes me to think that spreading those out so that we are maybe sort of framing what's most helpful at what points, but I also wonder, is this feedback, if it were not to be until after we have maps, really to help the legislature, or is it helping us? And it is most helpful for us to think about what are people prioritizing, what are their values as we're thinking about how we build this system, and probably hearing their fears. I mean, that's what I'm hearing as I spend my time in communities, curious to learn from neighbors and community members. So I think I don't know the answers to the questions you're sharing. I just share those concerns as well. And I know we're not just required, but we should be hearing from folks in what they're feeling in these experiences, and what would make what we're doing something that they feel from a process standpoint is valid, even if they disagree with whatever the outcome is. So how do they want to have voice to this work?
Yeah, thank you, Rebecca Holcomb.
I think it also goes back to, and this is something we discussed at our first meeting, which is what is the point of the maps? And I think we're struggling to decide if we actually think we're recommending maps that we expect the legislature to adopt and implement, or whether we think we're developing maps that help the legislature understand and the public understand why it hurts so much. I mean, why is education and property taxes, why does it feel expensive? Why does it feel unresponsive? Why are we concerned that kids aren't getting what they need? And what maps could have to do with that. I mean, we have not finalized what our strategy is in terms of what maps we're choosing to select and recommend and why. It could be that we genuinely believe we know the answer to drawing the lines. It could be that we're trying to use 3 different maps to teach the body, because as Scott Beck said, the legislature is going to legislate and do its thing and rewrite the maps anyway, in which case we certainly hope that whatever the body does in that context, it's actually informed by reality on the ground. So I have trouble with this conversation, because we are still struggling to articulate what our purpose is in map writing. Do we believe that we can actually sit here in 8 meetings and draw maps that we think are the right maps for the future of Vermont? And if so, great. And then that's a very different kind of public input that we need. Or are we using these maps to help Vermont understand what are the challenges we're trying to grapple with as communities, and what are the likely implications of doing this versus this? So that when people go back and they sit in their school board meetings or they talk with their local principal, they can say, I understand that this is what's happening, and I understand that's why you're choosing to do whatever you choose to do. So I think.
Well, it's not, and I'm not, sorry to interrupt, I'm not sure it's an either or. I struggle with, we always work in these binaries. I mean, I think the answer could be both. We are going to create a map that we think could work for the state of Vermont. I'll say will work for the state of Vermont. And we want to educate the legislature and folks across the state as to
Totally agree with you.
What's happening, yeah.
That means we have to have clarity around goals, and we also, if we know it in advance, then we can be intentional about how we get public input.
I think, just a reality check. This is how public opinion works.
Mm-hmm.
People are faced with a complex issue, and the first thing they would do is they reject the problem.
Absolutely.
The second phase is wishful thinking. We want this easy solution. The third phase is they start to wrestle with trade-offs, and then the fourth phase is a considered public judgment. And that takes a lot of time and engagement that's not going to be able to happen. And so it feels like the best you can do is get a snapshot of where people are at and try to apply their values and priorities to the map making process, if you can get it done early enough. And it feels like if you can really narrow down these problems, you can present them to people and say, which of these resonate with you the most? So that's a couple of initial thoughts.
Can I respond? That was such a helpful framing. I think that's excellent. I think the legislature ended the session in wishful thinking. So part of it for me is where, I'm just going to say it. So my question is, how do we get to that third phase so that hopefully we can get to considered public policy in the next phase? Because I think that is exactly our problem.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you,
That's
Jay.
such a beautiful recitation of the Dan Yankeliewicz's work. And I just wonder what he would say about getting to public judgment by December 1st. That's a
That
real
won't happen. So we just have to be really honest that that is not where we're going to get by then.
Right.
But what can the public offer you all to inform your work in a meaningful way so that you're not doing what Kim described, which is just, again, going back to the well for no reason.
Right.
Yes.
Super helpful. Thank
Come
you.
back with
Thank
some
you.
ideas next time.
Yeah. Sue, do you want to mention what you and I talked about too with public comment? We had talked about.
Oh, I just want to suggest just a small change at the end when you accept public comment. I think it's a good best practice for you all after you receive public comment to spend a few minutes reflecting on what you heard. So it's not just going into the abyss, and it doesn't mean you're having a conversation or solving a problem, but you're reflecting on what you heard so people know they were heard, and also if you've heard anything that has implications for the work ahead, you can name that too.
Everyone okay with that? I think we should probably adopt that practice. I think it's a good idea. We have board reflection after our public comment on my board.
And we would have a statement on our board that would say, if public comment is an opportunity to hear the public and to help inform future agenda items potentially. And because the engaging back and forth puts a challenge on being thoughtfully responsive rather than reactive or having even the information to do it.
Yeah. Great. Okay, thank you. So it is now 11:12. Do people feel like they need a quick break, or Rep. Quimby's nodding. So why don't we take a
I was going to, but I hate to miss it.
5-minute break, and then I'm gonna give it over to you to take over till the end, till lunch. Welcome back.
I've seen it too many times.
It is 11:22, and we have one more agenda item to tackle before our lunch break. Much needed nutrition that will take us through the afternoon. So I am going to cede the floor to Representative Holcomb and Jen Botsagerns to run through the template with us.
Yeah, so I'm going to do the presentation here, and what we did is we took Jay and Representative Quimby's template, and we launched from that, and we put it through a pretty rigorous test, and it's based on Vermont being one single school district. And I want to make it really clear that we don't, this isn't a recommendation, it's not, it's an exercise.
We're not
And
advocating.
sometimes when you look at extremes, it pulls stuff out. So that's the first thing. The second piece I want to tell you is this is a 33-page document. And I have been involved in two successful mergers of governance. One, there were 7 districts and 1 SU that became 1 district. The other, there were 25 districts, 4 SUs, and they became 4 districts and 2 SUs. And in both of those cases, we had to produce documents and reports of over 75 to 100 pages to just walk through what we were going to do, and it took 3 years. So when we think about changing governance structures, everything from your bus contracts to fingerprinting to your employees to your negotiated agreements, there is a lot. And it's wonderful to think of it as a flick of switch, but it's incredibly complicated. So I want to preface by saying that. What you see here is a test, and I'm just going to walk through this. Making maps is easy. Making them work and aligning with our goals is not as easy. It's difficult to establish highly effective. It's difficult to establish the effectiveness of the template, let alone the mechanisms for improvement without data. And there appears to be some limitations and errors in the mapping tool that we've been using online. So that's sort of general observation. The task force has not endorsed the single statewide district. Boy, I'm having a real hard time reading. I'm not sure why. I haven't read out loud in a while.
You're good. We're all
So the key challenges to address in terms of this test plan is mergers are unlikely to save money in terms of affordability. It's hard to implement, especially given unclear state capacity. In terms of, as I said, the mergers that I did, in addition to taking 3 years and 2 small sections of the state, we also had significant amount of resources and consultants to work with us to do that work. The other piece is, I'm an educator, and I want to make sure all our kids know how to read. And when we're focusing on governance, we're distracted from math and literacy and science, and those are the important parts of schooling. So we have to make sure that that is important. So, statewide pre-K public school, table of contents, and this is what you would see in a document that we would do. So you have the map, you have the mapping tool, the design features, the governance, how the plan makes things better, potential barriers, assumptions, data that inform the key decision making, the evaluation checklist, evaluation against significant goals and performance indicators, e.g., and this is from the ACT, the cost effectiveness, the quality, the fair and equitable opportunity, the responsiveness of the system to democratic engagement, and evidence of overall feasibility. And then we did a SWOT, which is strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And then what we won't be doing while we're doing this, and the legislatively mandated considerations that need to be addressed. So that's the table of contents.
Jen, can I ask you a quick question? When you use the word "we," who exactly are you talking about? What we won't be doing when we're doing this other stuff? Are you talking about superintendents, principals? Who's the "we"?
I think that's the global education system.
Everybody, okay.
In particular, though, what our school, in the last 5 to 7 years, there has been so much educational legislation that as school leaders, we're spending time trying to sort that out and not focusing on math or literacy. And that's what we want to be doing. And when you look at states right now whose test scores are starting to go up significantly, they've totally focused on teaching and learning. So,
thank you.
We haven't talked about kids or learning at all in this task force, even though it's about education. Just saying. You see a map that's an example of the schools and the sizes. You've all played with this feature. And then you see the stats, the mapping tool on page 4. And then on page 5, anyway, actually I should stop. Are there questions about how we went about doing this in the table of contents?
Anybody? Kim, did you have a question?
I don't think so. It's sort of a reaction and a curiosity in talking about sort of the numbers and the statistics and the structures. I guess I feel we want to say out loud, it's important that we're building structures that can focus on teaching and learning. So when the governance structure itself is complex in a way that has it managing and navigating governance for governance sake as opposed to governance for allocation of resources to student learning, teaching, supervision, it contributes to the problem. So
this template should address that.
That's
When-
what it-
When we dive
yes,
into
as
it,
you were
you'll see
talking.
questions and sections where we ask those questions. Okay, here's map
Right.
B.
And Rebecca has a hand
Just
up.
a question, could we be very specific when we talk about complexity and what we mean? Because I remember being a building administrator when we had more than twice as many districts as we did now, but the state did a bang-up job of professional development, and it had a lot more staff.
yeah,
And we didn't need to do some of that driving at the local level because we had a super, super good agency that was driving instructional improvement and teaching and learning. So I think what we think of as complexity is gonna vary. So arguably by your definition, it was a much more complex system because it had a lot more governance, but it also was much more focused on
Better
teaching and learning.
Yeah.
So I think we have to just be super clear what we're talking
yeah,
about.
and that is like for the whole state, so we would need a real
We
turnaround in
had-
what
we had graduate
is being
level
done at the
courses
state level
on
right
literacy
now.
at our site that were
Yeah.
supported by the state.
Yeah.
Very different model.
Thank you.
Jay and then Senator Harrison.
I would just add to this discussion of complexity, and Jen sort of alluded to it too. Having come from a district that had 13,000 kids in one school board with 9 board members, to an interstate district that had 12 board members from 2 different states, 1 board of 5, 1 board of 7, who all met in 4 different configurations. My assistant was really, my administrative assistant was really a board secretary. And if you imagine 4 boards within all their committees, including the budget committees and everything else, much of my job was simply managing school boards and not paying attention to literacy instruction or science instruction. It was really much more managerial than my old job of being an educational leader. And I think that's one of the aspects of complexity and of getting anything done that I think is hard to, it's hard for me to imagine. I'm looking at Jamie Canarney. I can't imagine having 10 towns and 6 districts, 8 districts, whatever many districts, and juggling all that management when you could be putting your efforts toward increasing outcomes for kids.
Thanks, that's really helpful. Thanks for sharing that. Senator Harrison, did you want to add before Kim?
What I was going to say, and I still believe it, is complexity is not necessarily a bad thing. But I have heard that story from most of the superintendents in my district, that the multiple boards are the biggest issue. But I don't want us to just automatically say that complexity is a bad thing, because it could be a good thing.
Thank you. Kim Gleason?
I think I was just gonna thank Jay for sharing and say that I don't take offense to that too many boards. As a former board member sitting here, I think and I don't take superintendents to be saying they don't want to work with devoted, committed community volunteers doing the work of board members. What I have experienced is the opportunity for thoughtful educational leaders as superintendents to do the work they probably came to the job to do, which is support their principals, who then support their teachers, and high quality instruction in the classroom is the biggest driver of student outcomes. And that level of educational leadership is what becomes available when a superintendent has predictability of policy and practice and accountability through a cohesive board structure. And so, taking no offense at all to, and I just want to make sure people don't take it to be that, because I know you didn't mean that, and I know no superintendent I've spoken to anywhere in any structure is suggesting that they aren't grateful for the commitment of community members to the work they do as board members, and managing multiple different structures and different approaches to the work, even if the policies are the same. is a job unto itself, as you've described.
Well, and I think it brings up a good question about what do we want our superintendents to be? Do we want them to be instructional leaders and instructional experts? Or do we want them to be sort of like, administrators of governance? It's a really good question. I'm not suggesting an answer, but yes.
And I feel the need to clarify my statement. I would say the 12 board members I just referenced would say the same thing.
That's right.
Because they would essentially duplicate what they did in one of their other boards. Each of them served on 3 boards and dealt with the same fewer than 2,000 students.
Mm-hmm.
So to govern 1,700, 1,800 students, we had 12 people configured in 4 different boards, meeting over 70 times a year.
Thank you. It's helpful. Jen, sorry.
So what we did is we just dove into this question of governance. And what this is a template for evaluating, and the first part of it is the structure of this hypothetical district, which is one district, one state board, a superintendent of the districts which oversees BOCES. And if you look on page 5 and 6, it goes through talking about the state level, the regional level, the local level, and the summary of the key decision making. Again, this is for the one state of Vermont school board. Why this is relevant is if we are going to make a map, we need to take these items into consideration. What is the governance? What's going on at the local level? So this is a very large document, and it would be impossible for us to read this, but I think it'd be really helpful if people took it home and looked at it in the context of trying to evaluate. So that first section, if you go to the summary on page 7, the summary of key decision-making authority related to governance and budgets. This is what any map will need to include. And this legislature would have ultimate approval through the vote of the General Assembly. The state board proposes the budget. The state superintendents make recommendation. BOCES leaderships make recommendations to the state superintendent, and building leaders and local advisory boards make recommendations to the state superintendent. So you see these back and forths of who's making decisions and recommending. If you go on to page 8, it shows you a structure, organizational structure. Again, if you work in any organization, you have one of these structures. In any school district, you have the structure. You have the superintendent, you have the various boards, you have the various principals, and you have who supervises whom. So we need to keep this in mind when we're building maps. And then on page 9, it talks about the key problems that plan addresses: the cost, the fairness, the efficiency, the quality, and equity. So this goes through looking at the problems that one district presents. At the same time, we would use this template for another district map. On number, how am I doing? Is this okay, how I'm doing this?
It's amazing. I'm blown away by the work y'all did.
I'm getting hot, so I have to take off my pile.
It's all those thoughts.
Yes, right. On page 10, you see the governance impact, which talks about a unified statewide governance, single district. And again, we would have to look at the governance impact of the maps. We wouldn't have to, but I think it would be our due diligence in the context of evaluating the maps to do this. And then the question of how the plan makes things better, and it talks about how a single school district will make things better, and then again, barriers, and then assumptions. And the key to this is you can always think about the plus and the minus. We often forget some of those assumptions. And when I talked at the beginning of one of my mergers, in the Northeast Kingdom, we had Canaan, and then we had all these choice towns. Some were with North Country, some were with Caledonia North, some were with Essex Caledonia. And what happened is we looked at all of those and we rejiggered it to have 3 different districts. But it took a lot of looking at assumptions and understanding what they would be in addition to the pluses and the minuses, hence the 80 to 100 page reports. So I think it's very important to, when we look at a map, to keep in mind that we need to consider these pieces. again, there's a lot of details in here. If you go to page 12, cutting cost and improving quality. This whole section is about BOCES, and those of you who aren't familiar with BOCES, they're similar to a tech center insofar as they serve multiple districts, but they provide services. And in some states, that's special education administration, professional development. In some states, it's that in addition to tech centers. So a BOCES model is something that could be very effective. In the state of Vermont, we used to have, I believe they were called ESAs, which were regional professional development, and they were baked into a federal grant. And so there would be, literacy workshops, so individual districts would not have to pay for a specific person to come. They could bundle it together. So a BOCES would be similar and provide that type of programming for the schools.
Can I ask a BOCES question?
Yeah.
So can a BOCES own buildings, and does it have taxing authority? I'm revealing all of my ignorance on BOCES
It
right
depends
now.
on how you structure it.
Where an SU can't own a building, there are limitations to that structure, but a
Depends.
BOCES could.
Well, so it depends on how it's written into the structure and how it's legislated. So, and I don't know
In
about the
this plan,
various states.
if the BOCES is a subunit of the state district, the single statewide district owns the buildings, but the BOCES occupy a building owned by the statewide district. You could, in other states, BOCES are separate entities outside the districts, and they have the authorities that are given to them by the state. So they could own buildings. It depends, we can do whatever we want as a state.
Do we know how the version we have written now is structured?
So I will say
Is that
that
a thing?
my plan and Representative Granning's plan is to have someone in on the 29th to talk to us about what's currently being done with BOCES and how it's working and how it functions and so on and so forth. So that is coming for sure, because we all have a lot of questions around that. But thank you for asking.
And even insofar as someone on the 29th is going to talk about that, that doesn't preclude legislation or changes into how the state wants to structure BOCES.
Yeah.
And you would, if this were something to be pursued in the context of the commission and the task force, you would want to do research and understand what would work best.
And other models, or whatever, I understand it so little that I know some states use it more than others, and probably there's variety in those models, so it might be helpful to understand it better.
So if you continue through here, you will see on page 13, 14, and 15 is a fair amount of data. And the data would again be something that would be applied to the various maps and districts.
Just to be clear, we have the data by the time it's just drafted, most of it, so that it's pretty limited data here compared to what we might use.
Right.
To link to goals.
And even looking at the size of schools, I have this is a document that's produced every year, and this is what I'm going on in terms of size of the schools, which are estimates, right? But that's not the data that the AOE has. One of the things I want to highlight on page 15 is when we talk about merging districts, one thing to keep in mind is the concept of negotiated agreements. And if you look at Slate Valley and Essex Westford, the lowest salary and the highest salary on their salary schedule, which is part of the union negotiated agreement, you'll see there's an incredible discrepancy. And to try to manage that is very, very challenging, and it's a big ask in terms of, and it's not just the salary, but it's the details involved with every single negotiated agreement throughout the state. So again, this continues looking at various pieces. If you begin on page 16, this begins to talk about all the different pieces that need to be considered when you are merging any sort of governance. And it's everything from your health benefits to your tax IDs, to your insurance and how you're doing record keeping, to the banking, how you're doing banking. And I can assure you that when you merge districts, this is all very real. And if you put an hour amount behind the transition and the amount of time it takes, it's a lot.
Can I ask in that regard, when you did this, because sounds like you've been through a few mergers, you had 3 years to do from beginning to end?
Well, in both cases, they took about 3 years from when we started to the end.
And did you find that that was a sufficient amount of time to do all of what you've
Well,
outlined
there's
here?
never enough time to do everything, right?
Right.
We know that. I mean, it was time crunched, so it was hard. In particular, the second one I described. In one, it was Mount Mansfield. It was a supervisory union with 6 town school boards, and then the high school, middle school school board, and then that became one district. And that was very clean. In this other situation, we had 4 different SUs, some going to different places, some of the districts, and then new districts being formed. And so that one was a lot more complicated. And I would say the 3 years, we got it done, and I can tell you that it took probably 5 years of being into the new district to really feel like we could focus on math and literacy and the important things.
Okay, thank you.
That's just the reality.
Yep.
All right, and then if
I'm having a little giggle to the very clean Mount Mansfield district that had a lawsuit and 3 different votes and all of the other things. So very clean is
Very messy.
means that
Edie, I'm so sorry. I had forgotten about the one group of folks. Yeah, that you're absolutely right. I had forgotten about Huntington. Yeah. But in general, the beginning of that and the process was a lot cleaner, except for the one outlier. But now that you say that, I think it probably was. Anyway, we don't need to get into that. Okay, so on page 20 of this document is the evaluation checklist. And you'll see on the top is it asks the question, does this plan lead to or facilitate? Yes, no, unclear. How does it do it? And then possible risks. So then we go to, and these are some of the attributes of the act, better, more opportunities for students, unclear. And then it goes through each of them. A fair chance for every child, cohesion to the pre-K-12 experiences. And again, this left-hand column was taken directly from the work that Jay and Beth did. So if that changes, we'd obviously have to change this template. Yeah, it just walks through those and goes through each one. And again, we looked at a single state district. And then on page 23, you see we take specifically the impact of cost effectiveness, and we go through the same questions. And on the data sources, that I guess is the 4th column, it's really important to have a lot of the data around facilities, the school quality index, PCBs, age, special education, distributions, transportation, ridership, contracts, vehicle distances, sizes, fleet operation. And I can tell you, people talk a lot when they talk about consolidation. They talk about bus rides. And one thing we don't think about is rethinking how we do transportation and small vans, electric vehicles, going shorter distances versus large buses. And in some districts, you have a bus and the ridership is maybe 10 kids because parents choose to transport their own kids. But you can't not take the bus on the route because if they all rode, the bus would be full. So there's a lot of issues around transportation that people mention it a lot, and I don't believe it's been flushed out. Personal opinion. And again, on page 25, you see the impact on quality and what greater quality would look like, and again, the data sources which we would need in order to evaluate this. Page 27, impact on fair and equitable opportunity. And this one really talks about BOCES, which we launched into. And on page 29, the responsiveness of the system, democratic and inclusive governance, we tried to figure out how one would evaluate that with data. You know, and measuring public satisfaction, participation in this particular model in the election of the state board, but the board would be appointed. So in a single state board, it would be really hard to evaluate democratic and inclusive governance unless there was some fixture at the building level where you included the local folk in decision making. Evidence of overall feasibility and successful implementation. And the successful implementation, oftentimes we make a rule, but the work plan has not been created. And to figure out how a work plan, i.e. a 3-year plan to get the work done. And then on page 31, the SWOT, which is strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Actually, I want to back up a second. One of the assumptions here is one school district in the state of Vermont. And one of the things we realized is there's 2 interstate districts, Rivendell and Dresden. And we can't have one state district because those are governed by federal law because they're between 2 states. So automatically, the plan for one district is actually 3 districts. So there's sometimes underlying questions that will come out on making maps that we will make assumptions, and these things will pop up because there's so many unique characteristics in Vermont. And you can read these strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. And then at the end, we did, which is the opportunity cost. What will educators, leaders, and others give up focus on governance change? And this gets to your question earlier about who's the we. And so the things, and this is just a short brainstorm of the things that we want to be focusing on in schools and districts, which we wouldn't be able to be doing because we would be focusing on whatever governance change work. And it would be work. So that's our attempt. On page 34, you see on the left-hand column, which is the last page, the back, you see the tick list from the statute or the law that was written, and then yes, no, not available, and then explanation to figure out whether we have met the categories that have been put forth to us in building these maps. So that's a very brief summary of a 34-page document, of which Rebecca put together most of this. And a bunch of this was drawn from the merger document, the governance document from the AOE guiding previous mergers. So the thought is if we came up with a map, we would try to put it through a test such as this. Thoughts, comments, and I'm going to ask that comments are on this as a process, not the details of this. So what do people think about the pages, the questions, the checklists, not page 23, section 1.5?
Mine was not on the process. It was on the
Okay. Put that in the parking lot.
Jay.
This would have made it so much easier to create sample maps to start with. And I really appreciate the work. I was going to ask how many people were on your staff to put this together. No, this is great.
Thoughts about whether this would be useful when a map is drawn?
If you need, if it helps, you can see it in clean version was handed out in the packet at your table if you want to see what it looks like without any information in it. The purpose of trying to build out for a single Hawaii was to see what kinds of issues get surfaced, but this is the template that you would be completing. I don't know if you have a chance to see that.
I'll just say thank you. This seems like a Herculean effort and task, and I can't imagine how much time it took, but thank you. It's incredible. And to answer from my perspective, to answer your question, is this useful or would this be useful? Yes, I think it would, and should be useful for us. it puts everything into something that seems, maybe manageable isn't the right word, but something that we could actually, you know, sink our teeth into, and it gives us some, I don't know, a pathway forward. So thank you again.
Two other observations, thank you, and two other observations. We have to write this up as a report, and so having a template and using a uniform way of documenting the work we do means we're writing the report as we go, and it makes that final process easier because there's consistency across the plans that are proposed. So that was sort of the driving logic, hoping to make it easier to get to that report.
I do have a process question. And first, thank you. This is wonderful. And I want one of those books too, please.
You can get them, you can order them
I
from
think we all,
the,
VSA.
is it the VBA or the VSA?
okay.
Chelsea,
So having this, the legislatively mandated considerations at the end, is that the right place to have it?
I think I think that's something you should ask. I think what we found is almost all of those came up in the context of the other. So I could see that you might go down at the very end and say, yep, did that, and then just tear the sheet off, because it's already addressed. I think it's just that because the law says that you have to consider it, we wanted to double check that in the context of the larger planning document, you had actually addressed everything you had to address.
That's kind of how I saw it. You're always keeping it in mind as you do everything else, but it's that final checklist. To say, oh, now we're gonna go back to this section, or
Did it.
It would make sense for me in a report for that to be at the beginning.
Almost like an
And then all
executive
the
summary.
details later.
Okay,
Or, I mean,
Or both.
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
But I don't want to get into details. But I think I would appreciate it being earlier in the process. And at the end.
Yeah, we could have both.
Sandwich.
Yep.
Where in this, Jen?
Senator Beck.
Rebecca, where in this, so one of the things from Act 73 is that creating a proposed districts task force shall consider current school districts and town boundaries and other historic and current community connections. Is that tested anywhere in here, or?
I think that may have been in, and now I realize it may have been edited out when you moved it to the end. So that should be, because we pulled, this was cut and paste directly from the law, and
Yeah.
some of the requirements are up above. So I think that's a very good catch.
go back and put that in.
Call it the pitchfork test.
We like the pitchfork test.
Go ahead.
So I have a question, I'll try to make it process, but you've thought about this more than the rest of us. So would the whole process of coming up with this have enlightened you as to whether or not moving to one single district would save, let's say, the state, because it would be the state, money in terms of certainly have differently elected or appointed school board members and fewer of them. But what about the administrators? What about the superintendents and central office staff? To apply this to it, does it give you an idea about whether or not money can be saved by moving to a single district?
Well, first of all, I think we didn't get the data until,
Yeah.
till now. So
Right.
same as you, we were shooting in the dark, right? So you could throw spaghetti at the wall all you want, but unless you're dealing with actual staffing, there's no way to know.
Got it.
I think it isn't, I think the challenge I'm having with this entire process is you could redistrict and nothing could change, or it could change depending on what kind of administration you have. So, that's an administrative choice. And so until we know what people are doing, we do know from looking at prior mergers that in some areas it freed capacity, but that people turn that capacity around and put it into other things. I think the caution that Jen put out around staffing and contracts, it's not just that Essex pays more, it's also that their teachers have more experience than, surprise, surprise, the low compensation districts. So you could see quite significant increases right out of the gate in spending, and it's not clear it's gonna lead to lower costs someplace else, because you haven't changed the footprint. So one of the qualifications was that unless there's construction aid, you're really not talking about changing the status quo. And, I think there's always, we should just put on the table, and I think we should have a section, I think it was in your report, there is tension between local and state level decision making. Part of the dysfunction is because we're not making state level budget decisions, but they're being administered locally. A friend of mine calls this the spandex school of management. It fits everyone, but it doesn't look pretty in some places. We're gonna have to have that conversation, because I think that is a reality that as we start to think this through, there's some parts where this would be places where this would be a really awful plan, and there's some places that are like, yeah, why didn't we do this yesterday? And so those are the kinds of issues we're gonna have to clear out.
So you mentioned this last time, or someone did, about increased revenues, but spending happened in other places. Do we know where that spending happened post-merger?
That's one of the reasons we've been looking at cost drivers. And if you look, I would encourage us all, now that the agency has put it up, to go take a look at where staffing has increased. We've actually reduced the number of teachers in the state, but we're spending more money on principals, assistant principals. This speaks to your point about management, and I think you said it in our power loitering out in the hallway. But I think the more legislative demands, we have now risk management, behavioral threat assessment stuff. People hire people to deal with that. We have a huge mental health crisis. We're seeing a huge growth in expenditures on support services. So the increases in those other categories have been made easier in some places because of the unified system, but they're swamping the effect of the reductions in the teaching force. So this is we're squeezing the balloon here a little bit. But you were part of that process too, Chris.
Yeah, no, the support staff is blown up because of the mental health crisis. That is accurate.
And probably also because it's special ed. When we look at
Yes.
the way, and that's why we
it's
put
true.
the BOCES in, because it's clear that we have some challenges around how we are providing and delivering and supporting students with disabilities.
And some of it is not just the dollar amount, it's the time, because one of the examples that happened toward the end of my teaching career would be implementing proficiency-based grading. Instead of the state saying, here it is, everyone had local control to figure out it for themselves. But what that meant was a lot of hours of teachers, superintendents, and principals in rooms creating a grading system for our school district, or our SU. And that was happening over the entire state. So that was time on that. So I said, what are you doing when you're doing this, what aren't you doing? What are you giving up to do that? The dollars didn't change. We weren't paid any differently to do it, but I wasn't in my classroom. I wasn't making lesson plans. I wasn't calling parents. I was making rubrics.
These are all really good points. We're at lunch, so I'll certainly entertain last comments, but I do think, Dave brings up a really interesting point, which is when people think about larger districts, they're always like, well, you'll be able to cut staff, jobs, and it's like, yes, and it takes a certain amount of adults to run an education system. It takes a certain amount of adults to make sure that state statute is being adhered to and followed through on. So those numbers don't necessarily lower when you consolidate. I think it's an important thing for us to keep in mind. Chris.
Probably everyone's hungry, but I would also piggyback on administration on the facility side. The federal laws regarding PCBs, whether it's lead in the water, whatever, back in 20 years ago, I used to be able to handle it all myself. Now I had to hire someone. So the facilities is one. Food services is another. I could go on and on. What's that, Kim?
Transportation. Everybody's
well, that's the thing with all the so Rebecca got me started with support staff, but it's bigger than that. Because I think it's all of that stuff that I've noticed in 25 years is because of a federal law, I needed some. And then that looks at like administration, which bumps it up.
And state law. The PCB levels were set at the state level, it's the federal level, so thank you. Yes.
Yeah, I just want to circle back to your question, Dave, which is we created this template to try to evaluate a map. And how do we know, does this template actually have the feature to tell us, is it going to save money? So, yeah, one district. Right now, we have 63 superintendents.
right?
Yeah, 63.
See, right, so, okay, Hawaii, one district, will the template then say, okay, when we make this one district, we won't have superintendents, or will they become assistant regional folks and stay in the budget? So I don't know if the template does that, and I'm not suggesting, of course, this model, but
Yeah.
I need to go back and rethink on the part that asks about the money, whether or not this template is effective. And I think that's a good place to end, because we all should look at this
Yes,
and think,
29.
you know, it's a long document, and look at, is this actually going to be effective in meeting our goals, which are pretty specific, to make a couple maps. So,
But that section is designed to force you to think about, does this actually save money? So, or have a measurement.
Wonderful. All right, thank you. Let's be back, ready to start at 1 o'clock, ready to start at 1, so be back before 1, if possible, please. Thank you. All right, welcome back, folks. Is Orca good? Teams, are we good? Yeah? Excellent. Wonderful. We are back. This is the School District Redistricting Task Force. It's September 10th, Wednesday. We're back from lunch, and we are beginning our afternoon program, so to speak. We're going to start. Well, first of all, does anyone have any comments post-lunch they want to share with the task force and the audience? Kim Gleason has her hand up. I recognize Kim.
Thank you. I had checked in with Senator Beck after, with regard to the comment and the checklist at the end of the rubric. And when I took a look back at the law, the reference to at least one
Wait, can you
bound-
just remind us what it was that was
Oh, yes.
said? Or-
There was a final checklist at the end of the rubric or the models that we were using that ticks through all of the areas that must be considered. And this is all of the areas that must be considered in law. But what I think we could remedy the concern of Senator Beck by doing would be to put the intent, or I don't know if it's intent language or charge,
Sorry.
powers and duties.
Kim, I just want folks to know that what's on the screen is not germane to what you're talking about right now.
No.
So just FYI, everybody,
Yeah.
these are two different things. Remind us what it was that
It-
Senator Beck said, because I honestly don't.
Senator Beck said that he didn't see in the list the consideration for use of supervisory unions and continuing tuitioning. And that's not,
No, that's not what I said.
No.
oh, I'm sorry, I thought you
I
said,
said that I do not see
Historic.
a test versus historical considerations. That was my
Yeah.
question.
And I think the question
That's not
is,
one
is
of the
that
items
intent
in the
zone
law.
Of the law, or is that one of the requirements? I think it is a requirement.
it's not, so you guys got, I think,
My question.
Hold on, let's back up.
My question.
Hang on, Senator Beck, hang on one second.
Can
We're
I
gonna
read
pause
this?
the discussion and let Senator Beck
Sure, of
rephrase his
course,
question.
of course,
I'm
great.
rephrasing it.
I know, it's good.
Restate.
Well, restating, whatever, we just want to hear what it is you asked.
I asked whether in all of the criteria that were used in this the test, if there had been a historical test. That was my question.
So A says current school district town boundaries and other historic and current community connections, including access to regional services for students such as designated agencies, which is exactly what it says in the law. And what I was suggesting to you as we headed out to lunch was that what you had raised in recognizing the type of, I thought I understood you to be saying, the historical tuitioning patterns
Didn't
and
say that at all.
SUs. Okay, well then I think it's resolved,
It's an
right? Because A, as it says in the law, does exactly what I think you were asking then. What I was suggesting as a remedy was to just say ahead of this table that we are constructing no more than 3 maps, and that one of those maps must consider and take the language directly from the law. But if that's not necessary, Senator Beck, and you feel that A meets what you were concerned about, then I don't think we need the preamble.
It was Just a question as to whether there was a historical tested here.
So,
That was the question.
Does that do it though,
so
A?
I understood that you were asking us whether the historic language, the reference,
Yeah,
not
historical
historic,
consideration.
yeah, that is, it says in A, which is a cut and paste from the law, current school district and town boundaries and other historic and current community connections. So, yes, and it would be here, we have to
Yeah.
address it.
Okay.
And the explanation is, in this particular thing, is since we didn't change anything,
Yeah.
it's still addressed, because everyone's, still
Okay,
there.
thank you.
Yeah, so I think it's a good question, that's exactly the feedback and the question we need. We need people to challenge this.
Thank you, Senator Beck. And I would just, I guess I would offer up, because that seems like it was a bit of a communication, not breakdown, but like, communication snafu. I would just ask that we all state whatever it is we're stating as clearly as humanly possible, but then also those of us who are listening, that if we have a question, we ask it, maybe we rephrase the statement, or we go and meet with that person one-on-one and make sure that we understand the intent of what's being said. Because obviously, this is hard work, it's an emotional work, and it's complicated, just to keep reiterating that. So thank you both for bringing that up and working that out. Appreciate it, yes.
Can I just reiterate, I think it's actually really helpful, because one of the things that's interesting is when people come from different parts of the state, we're all making assumptions, and our assumption may be completely different than Beth's, but we're using the same words. So I think it is, if you could please, before the next meeting, look at this template with that perspective in mind, because we're trying to find a way to talk about this where we are forced to surface and actually explain what we mean, so that people understand. So I really appreciate you saying that again, Senator. I feel like it's really good.
I really appreciate that you're highlighting it, because I honestly wasn't sure what historical meant there either. So I really appreciate that we were able to flesh that out. Beth, did you have your hand up? No?
No, I just,
Oh, Edie does.
no, I'm good.
Okay,
Thank
thanks.
you.
Rep Grinning, go ahead.
Well, I'm changing the subject, so if you want to stick on this subject, I will hold.
Yeah, no, go ahead. We have a little bit of time. Well, we don't really have time, but go ahead.
So earlier in the meeting, we had a representative from the Agency of Education talking about the fact that they weren't, or they aren't aware. I don't know if they're still in the room, I can't see.
Torrin is
weren't
here.
aware- Torrin is there, great. That Torrin isn't aware of data issues with the agency, and that felt inaccurate to me. I thought that one of the biggest takeaways from the Listen and Learn tour was that there were data inaccuracies in every single school district, superintendent, school board was pushing back on those inaccuracies. This is a historical thing. It's because the systems within the agency don't talk to each other in part, and data has to be hand ported over. This has nothing to do, this is not a, it's not an issue with any individuals there, and I think that when we say, or when anyone from the agency says that they don't know about it, it sets up a system of mistrust, and I feel that that's not a good place for us to be when we're looking at making giant changes with education. And so I just know that that's something that I was thinking about still over lunch, not privy to having conversations with folks that were much more interesting than me being frustrated with that. And so I really thought that I wanted to share that with them.
Thank you, Rep Granning. Torrin, if you want to speak, you do need to come to the table.
Is that okay?
Sure.
I'll be brief.
Great. I appreciate that.
Yeah, just want to clarify that from my comments earlier, I was not aware of any specific discrepancies of data that has been provided to the task force. Not saying that I'm completely unaware of just any overall data issues at the agency. Just wanted to clarify that point. And I have had some informal conversations today to learn a little more about that from the school perspective, so that's been very helpful for me.
Thank you, Torrin.
Great, thank you, I appreciate that.
And thanks to everyone who's leaning in on these miscommunications and difficulty in, just generally in communicating. I think it's great that we're all leaning in, so much appreciated. So at 1 o'clock on our agenda, we have Senator Harrison and we have Jabe Adams presenting and discussing the work that they did around a county level plan, what it might look like, what strengths and weaknesses it might have, and so on and so forth. So I yield the mic to you both.
Okay. Thank you. John Adams will be helping with the IT so that folks can see the maps up there. And fortunately, the county boundary map was already programmed, so that is one that we can see relatively easily. And I just want to talk a little bit about the county boundary aspect. I think that would be a great place to start. Yeah, that's the county boundaries. Obviously that represents historic boundaries. I think we all probably knew what county we were in before you saw the map. And I think most of our residents know what counties they're in. The geography of the state has impacted the county boundaries. You notice that the spine of the mountains is the boundary between the east and the west. And what we found in our area is most of our movement is north and south, and I think that's the same on either side, obviously because of the mountains. And so I think county boundaries are definitely worth our purview or our time to investigate more completely. So that's all I was going to say on county boundaries right now. I do see other efficiencies, like transportation, for example, is often, public transportation often is per county, rough county boundaries. And we have a lot of other things that we do in the state that have boundaries that are similar to county boundaries, but not quite there. And so this could be a way to start normalizing many other things. Okay, so, and then I have a different topic, which is the other map that was shown, but do you want to talk about county boundaries first?
Oh, absolutely, sure.
Okay.
I would just preface it by saying this is super preliminary, not ready for prime time really, but if we could pull up the table, the spreadsheet that was up earlier.
While we're pulling that up, can I ask a quick question, which was, someone brought it up earlier that I think somewhere in the statute it mentions that we should try to adhere to existing district boundaries. Did you take that into consideration?
Definitely.
Okay,
Those
great.
counties are very much existing boundaries.
Of school districts?
Oh,
Existing schools.
no, so there would need to be some tweaking.
Yeah, okay.
At many of the county boundaries. Some of them are contiguous with the county boundaries, but some are not.
So in wrestling with the county map, it was really interesting to me just to see where we have SUs that cross multiple county borders. It's really interesting to see how things break down. It would be a big change. And I agree with Senator Harrison that it is a little promising, whether you're looking at counties as possibly a basis for a BOCES model or something like that, but just looking through each of the pages that come up when you use the tool, you see them one district at a time. So I just built this really rudimentary spreadsheet just to try to put it all on one page. And this just gives you the ADM, the grand list figures, numbers of schools, high schools, middle schools, K-8s, and then independent schools. And I just kind of tried to break out the independent schools that actually had capacity for students in the high school years. I found it interesting that once you take out the outliers, the two very low ADM districts and the one very high, we have this 4,000 number out there as sort of a guideline, but we're not too far off. And our average ends up right now being 5,940 students. But there's a lot of disparity around grand list per student. And so I don't know how good of a proxy that is for equity. As we wrestled with this, I was struck by how hard it is to try to pick out the towns to try to balance those things. But I actually put, there's a tab, if we go to the tab that says by county GL per student high-low. There we go. So here I listed them, filtered it according to the grand list per student. You can see the big range. I mean, going from Franklin with 0.7 or $700,000 per student to Grand Isle at 2.4.
Is that Homestead or all, Jay?
Those figures are, I believe, all, if I'm not mistaken, for the grand list per student. Are those?
The grand list per student in here, I believe they're adjusted using the projections based on the homestead exemption for the X, from X 73.
Does that answer your question, Senator Bach? I just used what was on the system.
Yeah, I mean, so that's the homestead grand list, maybe modified for exemption, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Like I said, this is really rudimentary, and what came out, what I learned from this exercise is like all the additional questions, all the additional data, many of which were captured in Jen and Rebecca's work. Which, that's why I said earlier, if I had that to start with, I would have probably looked at this a lot differently. But interestingly, as I was going through this, I kept trying to find ways to balance that were not county by county, and if we have the map, the other map that I sent that just shows 2 districts, there should be a PDF file. I have this fun picture. While we're just throwing maps against the wall, I tried to find one that balanced ADM and grand list per student, and I came up with a 2-district solution that had our 83,000 students split 41,402 and 41,764 by creating a horizontal line from Barnet to Shelburne. It's done. We got it balanced. And the grand list per student is 1.35 and 1.23, which are a lot closer than the range we showed by county. That's purely for illustrative purposes. Using this tool, it's kind of interesting to be able to dig in and make these comparisons. What are the better metrics to apply to our maps as we hypothesize? So we had essentially a northern Vermont and a southern Vermont, or actually it's more than southern, but I was amazed how that balanced out. It was really difficult with our wealthier towns in the north and our bigger towns with much higher grand list per student. It was so difficult to try to find any way to balance those short. This is the only solution I came up with. There probably are other ways to do it.
Jay, could I ask a question for folks who might be listening in? Can you just big picture talk about why it's important to sort of have that balance? I'm not sure everyone understands.
Well, just in terms of thinking about equity of resources, and I'm not saying that grand list per student is the measure of equity that is of most interest, but it's what's available on the tool, and so we just started experimenting using that. I am really eager to go back to the county model with our test now and see what else we can dig up. I threw some questions out there, again, not having seen Jen and Rebecca's work yet, as we thought about a countywide model, just thinking like, in what ways does the county district model make progress toward our goals, in what ways does the county model make our situation worse? Could county districts function as SUs? What geographic limitations are there to a county model? And Senator Harrison's description of how the counties are laid out relative to our geography might be an advantage. And the other question that, again, we wrestled with a lot was, how would you deal with the very small or very large outlier counties? Mm-hmm. If you had a county district with over 20,000 students, would it make sense to split into a East County, West County, or some other configuration?
They have 2 CTEs in that county.
Right, yeah, there you go. Well, so we'll look forward to your presentation on the 29th. And then I'm not familiar enough with what other countywide governance support could potentially be available. Or other partner agencies that are organized on a county basis, but there could be ways to leverage other governance resources, I guess. And those are some of the questions that came up with thinking that, or again, not having the test. I think this gives us a much fuller picture that we could round out. Thanks.
So I have a question.
Yes.
Jared, what's the, using grand list for ADM, what problem are you trying to solve, or what problem are you trying to avoid by balancing that out?
Well, just not having all the, I didn't do any of the analysis about how the
Yeah.
proposed funding formula would impact that. It's what's been put out there on this tool for us to explore with, and that's essentially all I had to work with. So,
I mean, in a statewide funding formula where it's a statewide grant list, I'm not sure, you know, if that metric really matters in the end.
it very well may not.
Yeah.
And that's what I had to work with, and so
Okay.
just trying to, I said really for, just for illustrative purposes, that map is, we just thought it was fun. Just because
Yeah.
we split the ADMs in half.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting.
We had to make our line that far north to split it, which was wild.
It's also the Route 2 and snowfall.
Yeah.
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 Just saying.
Yeah, but once we get, like, so if we have more population data, and again, I've talked about having like the individual locations of every school-age child in the state and being able to plot those. When you have that level of data, you can get a much different picture, one that obviously changes year to year, but you can also look at trends over time. We were just stricken by, I say we, my son and I were working on this. He's a GIS professional, an engineer that works for a telecom company here in the state. And he had all these questions and was requesting data that I just didn't have. And he tried to he tried to find source data in the interactive tool we had, and he wasn't able to pull it down. But if we get into some of the population sparsity, the attendance information in greater detail, it's possible to make some very detailed maps where you could really just put the county boundaries on there and see how those things break down. So, but when I volunteered, I was volunteering to play with it and come back with just some general impressions. So I'm sorry I don't have a more detailed plan.
Did you look at Route 4?
We did. We looked at. I didn't want to put it out there because it's so draft, but we actually looked at school buildings versus actual E911 residential addresses, and I have another map that actually shows. It's color coded and shows a line from every address to a school within 30 minutes of every E911 address. And you want to filter that down by high school, elementary, middle, or whatever it is, but that's something I want to elaborate on with some better data. But he has a map that's it's really pretty. It looks like fireworks all over the place, but it shows a line going from each residence to each school. And if you he can all he needs is the source data, like in an Excel format, and I can have that for a line to every high school, to every elementary school.
And is it just 911 data to the closest school, or is it?
We set the parameter. He did one for an hour distance, and he did another one for a half hour so far. We could do any increment of time, and
is that as the crow flies or on the road?
on the road. Yeah, and in fact, he even can filter, because they do telecom work, he can filter it by roads that are not open in the wintertime. You can do it by class 4, like excluding class 4s. Actual road distance is what it is. And that technology's there.
If you were to take this back page of what we did, with the maps that you made, what are your thoughts on how to make an intersection with the data with some of the items on this checklist?
As long as there was data, usable data that could be imported into the system on each of those, we can make whatever layers you want.
So
and I'm sure our folks probably can too. We were really just wanting to. He has a lot of questions. He has little kids in one of our districts, and he was asking me questions I couldn't answer, or asking me for data that I didn't have. And I think I think now having the test, going through there and seeing what else is there that I can find out that I can provide to do some more experimenting.
Thank you, Jay, that's really great. Wendy, we do have like an action step actually next on our agenda. Use the test evaluation criteria to develop and discuss the proposed county level plan. But I think, Wendy, you wanted to say something before we got to that?
It's a little, it's not, well, I have learned a lot about my area in particular and other areas. So I've been using this map, which is an older map, and challenging. But just the variation in the SUs. And actually, now if you can put on the other, John Adams put on a couple other layers to the
County map?
to the county, well, to the map. That we have, that you all can access. And so we have a layer for SUs, and then we have a layer for the underlying districts, because they just vary so much. And I know probably all of you know all of this, but I don't think everyone knows all about this. So what these are tuitioning districts. And you see the yellow hybrid, that means that they don't, that they tuition only certain grades. And the blues are where they tuition all of the grades, as you can see. And gotta try to figure out how to do this. There are.
That's not accurate. Can you scroll down?
Well, that was the information that we had on our website. So that's what I gave John, and that's what he used. So I would love to update it.
Now it's been up, okay.
So again, the blues are completely tuitioning, and the yellows are hybrid. I had, before I was part of this group, I had assumed that tuitioning, when you just had a few grades, was just high school, but it's not. It turns out there's some interesting, I don't want to start pointing out because it's just going to be hard, but there's 3 districts that are part of an SU in my district. Okay, actually, John, so this is a different one. This is Vernon, and Vernon has tuitioning for high school, you probably know. And a lot of the kids used to go to a private high school in Massachusetts. Now they're going to a public high school in Massachusetts. But Vernon is the only district, or the single district, that causes that SU to be an SU. If Vernon was part of the district, which is the towns to the left, so the white ones and the 3 up, those towns are all one district within an SU. So that, yeah, there you go. So the brown towns are the remaining districts in Wyndham Southeast. It's really hard to show this on a 2-dimensional map. We actually need 3 dimensions, which we can't do. But I really appreciate John Adams working on this. So then going just above where you see Westminster and Athens and Grafton, they tuition just for middle school, for 7th and 8th, which is a very different arrangement. I've been focusing a lot on high schools not having enough kids, but that's not an issue with those 3. So those 3 are the kind of outliers in Wyndham Northeast. So I want to end there just because it just gets.
Well, so you were tasked with working on a county map. Did you have some learning in this exercise that is somehow transferable to a county or relates to a county map? Or I'm just wondering what your.
Well, there's multiple takeaways. So one is that there have been, I believe, when this map or when this data was created, there were 2 schools that are no longer operating. So things do change, and they change organically. I think it's sometimes a great consternation to a community, whether or not they're doing it themselves or getting it, having it done by others. So there are, people do understand, more people understand the fragility in our system. And I think that's going to be helpful when we speak to them about future changes. And I think it will hopefully help us be, again, very specific. This is, learning these things is one of the reasons I want to just be super, super clear on assumptions, which is going to make it all more complicated. And not assume things from other districts, because what I had thought were more typical of the SUs was the tuitioning districts, where it's all tuitioned, which is a very different situation.
Okay.
So
thank you for sharing your learning with us. Appreciate it. So question for the task force is how would we like to proceed? Because if we are going to try to take that county level map and use the test evaluation criteria to, discuss it and develop it, do we want to do, I'm not a huge fan of like group, wordsmithing and editing, and because it can get tricky. Do we want, is this a moment for us to break up into groups and try to do some of that in that way, or would you like to work on it as a group?
We're a pretty small group.
Yeah, we could do, Jen?
One thing I think might be really helpful is what I was saying to Jay before, on page 11 of our blank template, is to go through each of these and figure out what sort of data and maps would we need to be able to get the information specifically for the county. I guess that's what you just said, I'm sorry.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I was proposing. We've got about 15 minutes till our next agenda item. Yes.
So, actually, Scott, your question made me think of something, and you were asking, I forget how you asked it, but you asked something about why we're interested in grand list per student.
Yeah.
And so I think it's a really interesting question, because what we're trying to get at is what is the capacity of these districts to support their communities, and is it roughly equitable? I think is that the embedded question?
Well, no, the embedded question is that in a funding system where there is no local grand list, doesn't matter what the local grand list for ADM is.
So, which I think is a really interesting question, and I think there's a corollary, which is why do we care about district size? So I wonder if what we need to be thinking about is what are the questions that we need to be asking that we maybe not ask, are not, I cannot speak today, we are not asking yet. Because I think that there's some embedded assumptions that we're gonna have to surface. So I guess I'm just saying, as we break into small groups, could we be asking what it is that we don't know? And I'm just gonna put in a plug again. We could save the agency a lot of time if the data came in spreadsheets with rows and columns that allowed us to merge data sets. Otherwise, we're gonna have to keep coming back and back and back. So.
Yeah. Hopefully that was received loud and clear, but appreciated. So I can suggest that we break into 2 groups. Yeah, go ahead.
If we did 3 groups, we wouldn't have public meeting and we'd have to say anything. Or do we have I'm just worried about people offline. I don't want us to be having a quorum in one group in a way that's not fair and is not consistent. But if we did little groups, then the little groups could report out and everybody would have access to the same information.
That's a good point. Yeah, that is a good point. Sure, we could do smaller groups. Yes, Dave has his hand up.
I was just wondering why we couldn't do it among the 11 of us. Is it too
We can, it could be
complex and
clunky, but we could try it, sure.
That way we don't have any issue when people can see,
Yep.
out there can see what's going on here.
Okay. Can I elect, Jen, can you lead the discussion, or Rebecca, since you were so instrumental in putting the template together, I think it makes sense for you to drive the discussion. Or get it started anyway.
Okay, page 11, final check that the legislatively mandated considerations have been weighed and addressed. This is of the blank template.
current school district and town boundaries and other historic and current community connections, including access to regional services for students such as designated agencies. Does the county map do this with the data we have? What other data do we need?
Go ahead, Wendy. Senator Harrison.
I would say mostly yes, and because it's certainly historic connections. Regional services, like designated agencies are somewhat according to county boundaries, not exactly.
Yeah, and I think as an example, I've got a Hazen Union, for example, is a school that has, literally, it's located in Caledonia County. It has kids coming to it from 4 counties, Washington, Lamoille, and Orleans. And they struggle mightily with the county model because, you know, they're looking towards, they're on the edge, looking back into the county, and all their people are coming from the other directions. Yeah.
I'd say the same thing is true in Kingdom East, where I'm from. It straddles towns into Essex County, not just Caledonia County.
So regarding the large counties with small populations, I should have included this. What I would suggest that if we are going to look at that model more, that we would combine some of those counties. The distances are very large.
Yeah.
But in order to have the basic amount of kids for a county.
In the context of this question, which says such as designated agencies, would it make sense to get a map of the social services, the human services, the Department of Motor Vehicles, I don't know what agencies,
Yeah.
but mostly the social service ones, and overlay that, and then also the maps of the districts that border 2 counties or 3 counties, that have multiple ones, because this also says current community connections, current school district and town boundaries. So if we did the county map, Hazen would be up a creek, right? Because they'd be going in 4 different directions, because they wouldn't.
Yeah, right, and their tech center's over in Lamoille County.
Right.
Yeah, that too.
So that would be
Yeah.
an historical arrangement, and that would be need to overlay somehow on.
Yeah, it doesn't fit a neat county line type thing.
Yeah, and I would suggest CVSU, where I came from, same thing. Paymount has 2 high schools in 2 different counties.
Yeah.
And essentially probably would go to 2 different tech centers, so that it blows the historical side up. And, you know, I forgot about Harwood, but yeah, or Hazen. Yeah, so there's many more that I'm sure I'm not thinking about.
Yeah.
Kim?
Do we get to that by the data that informs current tuitioning patterns? Like, for each school district, where are those kids currently going? And I don't know that that's an overlay map, but it is a data point that I know that I think was on our original list. And I don't know how we consider, you know, reflecting current patterns without knowing current patterns.
In the context of tuitioning, when I was at Kingdom East, we had kids going to 15 different
Yeah,
schools.
exactly.
And a whole hunk of them went to Linden or St. Jay, but there were also, so I don't know.
But we aren't necessarily, in designing a system that serves students pre-K-12, going to, I think it would be helpful for even me and my own county to know what are the patterns of tuitioning currently. And it may be that it looks like a shotgun and we see no patterns, or it might be that there are already 3 high schools that are the predominant receivers. And I think that is information to help inform where alignments might happen if you're pulling communities together.
Got it.
But I think that's a really important data point, and I haven't seen it yet.
And would you want that in the context of a map? Preferably?
If it can happen on a map, great. I don't know if it can happen on a map, but if it would even be helpful to see it on a spreadsheet.
Okay,
But
I will circle up with ADS.
If it could be an
on
overlay,
that.
cool.
Yeah, that'd be great, okay.
Okay, so,
Just one other thing, I think that's a really good example. Also, the advantage of the county, one of the challenges Hazen has is they have to deal with 4 different DAs. So
Yeah.
4 kids who are sitting next to each other in the same classroom who have the same needs are gonna get 4 different baskets of
For the
service.
county sheriffs, the whole
Because
thing.
of, well, or just 4 different social service packages because of
Yeah.
town board. And so, just to be clear, the complexity isn't all on the school side,
Right.
it's also coming out of HS.
That was super helpful. Thank you.
so that was
I have
A.
a question on this one.
Edie?
We're
Uh,
talking,
Fran-
yeah, we're talking about what to do when there is too small of a county. What is too big? And how does that look like, and how do we decide that? So if we're looking at 4,000 to 8,000, and one of the counties was over 20,000, I believe, how do we deal with that?
Good question. Thank you.
There it is.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah, well, I would say we consider breaking it up, but if that doesn't make sense for other reasons, I mean, that's why we have multiple criteria, and in many of these situations, things are gonna meet one,
Right.
some criteria, not others, so that would be a discussion, and I would.
As practical, it says.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just to be practical, also, those of us who sat in one of the finance committees or Ways and Means, some of this was actually modeled.
It
by
was.
Lead
I was thinking
Council,
the
and
same
we
thing.
should, to the extent
Yeah.
that we can pull some previous modeling and not reinvent the wheel, that would save time. So
Good.
if you would like, I'd be happy
There's a
to
lot
go
of
back and pull
modeling.
that.
Yeah. Jay?
In the original one district model that you folks piloted in this test, it's interesting, in Pennsylvania, their BOCES are called intermediate units, and they're a function of the Pennsylvania Department of Education. There are 29 of them in a state with 500 school districts. And ours in Erie was part of the tri-county, it was a tri-county intermediate unit, so if you did have, if our districts were essentially counties, you could have systems of support that would be multi-county easily, and still use the county as the building block, but have multiple counties represented in that BOCES model.
Thanks for sharing that. I think we can continue with the discussion, because it's really, at 1:45, it's sort of a continuation of the discussion, so we can keep going. Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you, Jay, on B and C, are these both able to be done through the mapping tool?
I'm sure put geography on there for sure. It's-
And are there ways to see, if you're in Waitsfield, you don't want to go to Lincoln, although it might be close, because you got to go to the Appalachian Gap, like ways to,
Right, or if you're in Cambridge and Stowe.
Right.
Whatever, it's, yeah, I think we could certainly do that, and our own knowledge of Vermont's geography will be instructive too, I'm sure.
And John Adams has put some of that information in.
so for B and C, can people think of any other pieces of data that we would need to evaluate this?
Can I ask a question on C? So are we looking at overall population distribution or student population distribution? Knowing where the kids are, not just where people are.
I second that one, because we need to talk about sparsity.
Because there could be a whole lot of people, but none of them are going to school.
But we could, I think it's an easy matter to do both.
Yeah, we need the data to do mapping of student sparsity, because some counties are much older than other
Yeah.
counties, and so they may have the same population but different student populations, so we just need to know what we're actually looking at. Yeah.
Yes, Jay?
And I think too, having the total population sparsity is useful too when you think about staffing. For us, I know for a lot of districts, it's hard to find teachers and other staff.
I see our ADS folks raising their hand. I don't think you'll be heard unless you come to the table. At least you won't be heard by the outside universe. So I welcome you to the table. John, come on up. I was going to say, we might want to have you up here because This is all very relevant to your work. Sorry.
Yeah, I guess I was just curious if you wanted me to maybe point out where some of these things are
Yes,
as you go
please.
through them.
I think
I
so.
can screen share as well.
Great.
All right, I am not screen sharing. So for population distribution, you do currently have two options. One is to look at the ADM per town. By public school students. And then you also have just very high resolution population distribution there, which is not limited to students, but so those are the two things that are currently on your map, and if there's anything else you're looking for, let me know.
Just a quick question.
Yeah.
When we're looking at the public school students and the independent school students, I'm assuming that, I guess I shouldn't assume. I'm gonna ask the question. On the independent school students, are they publicly paid for, or is it all students that go to those independent schools? Sorry.
Do you know the answer to that, John?
I'm not sure I understood the question, but I'll tell you what I put up here, and that was essentially what the Agency of Education gave me as the ADM student population by town of residence.
The independent school list is not the list that is posted on, it's not the same as the list posted on the agency website of schools that will still be eligible for tuition. So there's a lot more independent schools on this map.
Correct.
Then it seems like it would be constructive to have those two sources aligned.
Yes, Rep.
Well,
Quimby.
Because they might, if it's just for attendance purposes, they said we have students who are going to independent schools that aren't approved independent schools, but we still track them because we need to know that they're attending somewhere. Those are not publicly funded students.
Correct, but is that germane to our redistricting process?
They might,
Because our
know.
redistricting is addressed to the kids in the public system who include publicly funded and approved independent schools.
but they could go to a public school next year if their parents decided not to pay tuition for them, so they're still students that should be considered and counted for.
But if the student should, but if the school is not eligible to receive tuition, my point was, if the school is not eligible to receive tuition,
Should they still be
should
on
it be
there?
on this map? To me, that's just confusion, it's just noise. Like, I hear you on
I hear
the
what you're saying.
students, but the list of schools approved to accept tuition that is on the agency website is not the same as the list of
Correct.
schools that have been entered into this database. So I don't know I don't know why they're different.
Well, this is all independent schools, and if you'd like me to break it out.
That'd be great.
That would be
This
great.
is
just showing
Yes.
where
Both
kids are
data.
going to
Yes,
school.
both data
Okay.
sets.
Okay,
Oh, great.
that'd be fantastic, if we could work with just the ones that we know are part of the maps.
Since Act 73,
Yeah.
right.
Do you want me to remove
July 1
the
issue.
other independent schools?
I don't know, because then you're not counting those kids.
Do they show
Anywhere,
up differently though on ADM for SU or Like there's, the LEA is responsible for them somewhere, so is there a different distribution that counts the kids, not where they're going? Like I think about, like thinking of any of these school districts, like South Hero kids probably are not just the kids that are in that building, but the kids that are responsible for tuitioning, right? Somewhere that's
Yes. you're
counted
correct.
for somewhere.
Yeah.
Are you asking, how does the state know how many kids are? in
No,
the
like
state?
one of our maps probably does that. Does one of our maps going by school district count
There's,
total students, not just those that are in the buildings, but rather those that, for whom they are responsible, pre-K-12?
Right now, we've got, if you select
It's
these
like
school
town ADM or
districts,
something, right?
The color of the
You'll
district
have-
just corresponds to population, or what does it correspond to?
right, it is not symbolized in any way that would tell you how many students. If you select it, you'll see, you should see the number of public school students, but it wouldn't be hard to create a map if you would like it shaded by number of students by district or SU.
now you've totally got me confused, because ADM is by definition the number of students who've been counted as part of the public system, and that includes students who are tuition to approved independent schools. There is extremely little regulation of recognized schools. In fact, I don't even know if we know if the counts there are accurate, because I don't know. Maybe Jordan can speak to whether they're accurate. But my point is, if we think we're talking about recognized schools here, then this is a whole different conversation than I thought we were having.
But I mean, Beth brings up a good point, because there are a lot of kids who are also homeschooled who could someday end
I-
up being part of a school district, or, you know.
I'm
So-
just having that same thought about homeschool kids. They're not at any of these schools, but it could be next year.
But
Well,
that's
are
true
we-
now.
It's
Yeah,
true
that's
now
what I was
too.
gonna
So
I mean,
I
we picked up, I
probably
worked at
did
a
part
school
of
that
our
picked up
impact
homeschool students all the time in the middle
Yeah.
school, but the
And
variation
then
wasn't
We're
that
probably getting in the
significant
weeds.
over time.
I guess for the purpose of, you know, limiting it to the work that we are required to do, I think it would be really helpful to make sure that the maps that we have address, you know, kids who are being tuitioned to approved
Just
independent
approved.
schools
I wanna know which one does it.
that are, you know, post Act 73, that are still included in that list, so.
So why don't I break those out and then still leave the option to toggle on for anyone who's interested. The other,
Okay,
is not approved
Sure.
the right term for
recognize.
recognized?
Well, they're approved but ineligible to receive public tuition.
Or
They're
that.
recognized.
And recognized, those are three categories.
Yeah, 3 categories.
In such
So
We
confusing
added some more
fashion.
complexity.
Good, that would be helpful.
No, the law added more complexity.
Thank you.
Um,
Well, maybe, John, maybe you stay here.
Yeah.
Questions? Okay, so, population distribution, anything else on that? That was, sorry, I'm taking over Jen's talking points, but that was where we were.
Sheer data. I know we
Yeah.
talked about this earlier, John. I really appreciate you doing this, but it is helpful to know where pre-K students are, because many rural schools, because there are not a lot of private providers, are completely dependent on their public elementaries to provide pre-kindergarten. So if you're not counting those kids as enrolled, you're actually, you're not giving an accurate statement on the utilization of that building. And I've had this in some of our conversations. I know, Beth, you've got this up in your area too. So when we're trying to assess how much capacity is in a building, we actually need to know if there are pre-K students located in that building too.
It's so important. That actually is very critical. We have a lot of capacity in our public schools. There are empty classrooms and open seats, and, you know, if we want to increase
Oddly enough,
capacity and scale.
Well, it depends if you filled it as pre-K or not.
That's what I'm saying, that's what I'm saying, that there might be room for pre-K students, so why aren't we, you know, using those existing structures to maximize efficiency and cost effectiveness?
There's some other definite reasons that we have the mixed model for pre-K still.
I
I
understand.
learned about this year.
Sit on the Health and Welfare Committee.
Two regulatory.
If the interest is looking at it for like building capacity, one idea might be AOE has population per building. So there could be buildings that have even more, people that are not necessarily students or within the pre-K system. So we could include population by facility, and that includes your staff, any students, and anyone else who might be in those buildings, as well as square footage.
You can make that a map? You can turn that into a map?
Certainly.
That'd be great.
I think the challenge there is being super clear on what's in and what's not
Yes.
in. And part of
Yes.
the challenge with making sense of the data is the labeling isn't always clear. So it's just really, because it could be very different if you're in Springfield, where you've got a community college co-located with Vermont Virtual Learning, co-located with a tech center, co-located with a school. You just kind of need to know what's in that bucket in order to be able to make sense of the capacity. And another meaningful measure of it is what was the population 25 years ago versus the total number of bodies there now. Because I think that's sort of a measure of the functional capacity. And then you have places, there are a couple of high schools that really ought to be taken offline. So they have no capacity as far as I'm concerned. But
And it may be worth pointing out that I think some of this is already accessible in AOE's facilities dashboard.
There's a lot of great information. If Bob Donahue's listening, thank you. He's been doing a lot of work
Very
around that.
helpful at work.
Thank you. Okay, great. So, go, Jen, you wanna?
Yeah, I
No.
stepped out. Did you do D? Did you just do D?
No,
Oh, well, facilities.
we're getting there.
Right?
Bob Downey.
We're just talking about
Yeah,
facilities?
we segued.
Location, capacity, and facility condition index score of current school buildings.
That's in there.
So the location is there, the capacity is there. What about the facility, the AOE facilities page? Does that integrate with the map?
The map has a score for building capacity.
This has the facility condition index, and the AOE dashboard lets you drill down to the level of
Okay.
detail where I think you can look at vents and whatnot and their conditions.
Can you pull that facilities map up?
The dashboard, the
Oh,
AOE dashboard,
it's not a
or,
map here. We don't have it on here.
the FCI.
Click on
Yeah.
the individual school.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's not a.
Can you just sort of run through it for us? Just so, like how it would work?
Currently, if you select a school, you'll see the condition index pop up there. It's also included in the school district builder right now.
Mm-hmm.
If you expand, you can see in this view, it's yellow, green, or red, and if you hover over, you'll get the category of which it's in, either 0 to 10 or 10 to 30 or 30 to 65.
That's really helpful. I mean, another question would be, what is that index? What is that score? How does that inform our work? I mean, is there a certain score level where we're like, oh gosh, we don't want to tap into that building any more than it already, I'm not proposing an answer, I'm proposing a question.
So,
How does the index translate into what the work that we're doing? Yeah.
so we make a map and we overlay that, and one of these districts, all of the schools have a facilities index in the basement. So then the question is it wise to make that district based on our goals?
I think another way it matters, I mean, I've had a couple of people reach out and say, oh, well, I don't want to take on the bond from that district, but I think people also have to understand that a building that hasn't been maintained is a form of debt. It's an unfunded liability. So maybe it also just reminds people that, this goes both ways. I don't know. I mean, there's certain districts that have been able to bond and everyone's paying for that. There are other districts that haven't been able to bond, so they don't bring debt, but they also bring an unfunded liability if your building is in bad shape.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know if this would be helpful, but one thing that we could do is there are, I think, 5, 10, and 20-year estimates for costs associated with each school.
Yeah.
We could add these, and when you generate the report from the district builder, it could sum up all of those costs, and I prefer to ask AOE which are the most relevant, or if that is actually helpful or relevant.
Thank you. Jay?
Just before I left my former district, we had contracted with an architect to review the facility condition assessments that we got from, we actually had already contracted with Bureau Veritas before the state did, so we had actually, they did it twice, and the cost estimates were extremely low. So I just want us to proceed with caution when we start to factor in those figures, and maybe even consult with some folks who can let us know that how far off they are.
Yeah, and I would just add to
Go
Jay,
ahead.
so I use Veritas, it was called something before that, twice too, I did it. And a lot of times they use figures from down south, like Virginia, Maryland, so the costs were way skewed. And so I would highly recommend using a Vermont firm to get Vermont prices, labor, blah, blah, blah. So it can be very skewed. Yes, Jen?
So
Jen?
the Buenos Veritas folks who did that, they did all the schools in the state, so if they're low, they're consistently low. Right? So
Well,
you're
it depends when you did it too, though. I did
Can I
mine
just
back in
speak to this? I've been on 2 school construction task forces, and it was common knowledge that the numbers that we were getting were low. That is pre-tariff, and so there is an understanding that the estimates are low, and there's also, if you look at the numbers, they are incredibly high. So it really gives you pause, because it's in the billions of dollars, and that is, again, like a low estimate. So I just want to acknowledge that, and it's all on there. Like I said, Bob Donahue's been doing great work, as well as Joe Briggs Campbell. So I recommend that every member of this task force, when you get a chance, take a look at that, what's on there, the index. It's really.
Each school, it's like this school.
Jen?
So I'm wondering, in the context of D, do we want to rely on that facilities condition index score, based on what you just said, Chris, about depending on when they're done? I mean, my sense of it is that they're consistently low across the state, a similar amount, exceedingly low, but should we use those for comparative purposes among districts?
Well, this is the condition score, not the cost of
Yeah.
construction.
Sure,
That's
sure.
two different things.
Yeah.
I would use it
I
because
would
it's the
use it.
inventory they just did.
Yeah,
If they haven't built, they're not getting any better.
I agree. I think there's still a lot of really great work there, and it's ongoing, so I absolutely think we should use it. And if the time comes when we get serious about building some schools and fixing some schools, then we can talk in a little bit more depth about getting some actual estimates that are accurate and up to date and inflationary, take into consider inflation and so on and so forth. So, but it's a starting point. Yep. Okay.
Okay, so E, transportation and employment patterns and practices.
Those are just so small, like, maybe we just skip that one. I'm kidding. Little levity.
Well, I guess the question is, when the conference committee put this in, what was in their minds? What did they think they were asking for?
There's only one person here, I believe, that was on the conference committee, so I can only ask him to answer that.
When the conference committee wrote down that one of the things that we need to consider is transportation and employment patterns and practices, I feel like there's some assumptions there that maybe didn't make it into the language. So what is it that you were looking for?
I don't think the conference committee put that.
I think it was in the bill.
Yeah,
It was in the bill? Okay,
Yeah, we didn't
whoever
touch
wrote that.
We didn't touch that.
Whatever, whoever wrote it, what is that about?
I may be misremembering, but I think it was even in the House version as it left my committee, and I know transportation is an issue that needs to be considered, even though Vermont legally doesn't have to provide transportation.
I'm
we do.
speaking about employment patterns and.
I think it had to do some with feeding patterns for schools tend to follow that, because we need to look at the feeding patterns. Some of that goes back to pre-K, and why aren't they in public schools? Well, I work in this town, and there's a pre-K and a private daycare in this town. That's where I'm going to send my kid, not to the one at the public school, because I never go there. So I think it had to do with the feeding patterns, if I remember
That's
correctly.
helpful. So I guess I was just wondering, whose employment patterns? Was it the teachers or was it the
I think it
parents of
was the
children?
the parents and families, not the staff,
Okay.
if I remember correctly.
That's helpful.
So how could
And
we
it was more
capture-
about, I don't know how we would capture that, but it was more, I think, about the transportation was a concern.
So when I think about transportation, one thing I'm thinking about, and the same is true for food services, is there's been extraordinary consolidation in that industry. And, you know, so you could have 10 districts side by side, all doing separate contracts with the same company.
Yes.
It makes no sense. And this is why, when we were noodling, we were thinking, you know, that should be something that's moved up a level. You should do a regional contract for the bus or for the food service, instead of doing 5 contracts with the same person. Right.
Well, and that is one of the strengths of, if, you know, hypothetically, a county map would allow for a lot more collaboration across a wider geographic area. But, yes.
So one of the things when we're talking about transportation is whether it's kept in-house or whether it's contracted, because I think that makes a difference in lots of different ways. One of the ways is exactly what Rebecca said, right? Multiple contracts doesn't make sense. But if it's in-house and you're gonna require someone to contract, does that make sense? So I don't know how to get that on here. I don't know if that's data that is collected or not, but I think that's a piece of information.
I wonder if E is more about the patterns of what route people take than it is about what bus services we're using.
I think so. I think.
And how do we get that data on, and Jay, you were saying that you could look at where everybody lived and map it to the schools, the one that looked like a, yeah.
This is a bad, once we have the data put in, you can get the actual.
You could do
routes.
that.
Yeah.
And how do you
Pretty, isn't
capture
it?
though the employment patterns? Is there economic data to capture that?
Can you put that back on, John?
Yeah, so what I'm showing here, you have, here's just total jobs, but here you can have the commuter flows. So that by town of origin and job location. Those, I think, would be the 2 main things you currently have on your map.
I don't know what it's like in other border areas. You can't make meaningful conversation around the Upper Valley if you're not including New Hampshire, because the job density across the river is as high as it is in Burlington, just about.
Yeah, we cut off areas that exited Vermont just for legibility, because there are people who commute to all, you know, lots of different parts in surrounding states, and the map gets pretty busy. But
What are those actual data points? Is that?
this is all from location, employment, household dynamics from the Bureau of Labor Statistics and the census together.
So it's literally where people live and where they're going to
Where they commute to.
commute to, yeah.
And it's aggregated to the town level, so there's, I don't know if we could grab the centroid of the town, but it's not exactly where they live, it's just by town.
So if we used this data, but we zoomed in on each county with the schools, would that be an effective tool to get at E?
Is that a question for the task force or for
Yeah,
someone?
yeah.
To me, this is the data. That, what's up there is this
Okay.
information. So if there's going to be a decision or evaluation that we make, I think we have this information, right, John? This is the information that you have up. Maybe if you zoom in on one area, it'll make more sense to, or look more usable. Yeah.
It's even more interesting when you back out and you see how far people are traveling. I mean, people are going all the way to Burlington from the Upper Valley.
Yeah, I have some that go to Burlington from my area, but they don't do it every day. Yeah.
That's actually a really interesting point because that probably has changed over the last handful of years. And I mean, maybe this is the best level of data we need around this point because in isolation will not be the driving factor for maps. I think it's helpful to understand, but maybe not necessarily any more so than understanding current tuition patterns. Because in a K-12 operating school district, I'm not sure that there's as much to attend to as maybe the case where it's a K-8 district and where they tuition their high school kids may align with where they're going to work or where the bus is being sent up from. And so I feel satisfied that that's enough level of data for that point to help inform our discussions.
Great, thank you. Yeah, Jack,
John, what was the overlay you just put on? The
orange?
the orange, yeah?
That's average annual daily traffic.
Oh, okay.
That's a great overlay.
Yeah.
That actually says, that addresses a lot of the issues, yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think we want to move on to F.
So F, we did the grand list, you did that. Yeah, so I think that's,
Do we want to flesh it out a little bit, why it's important, why it might be a data point that we want to use, or are folks satisfied with?
It's hard for me to talk about the homestead exemption because it keeps changing and that makes it,
Aren't we moving away from an exemption to a credit?
well, we're moving away from a credit, but the eligibility threshold is dropping
Right,
and property values are increasing.
right.
And I don't know that we actually have a good, I don't know what the right measure is of capacity to pay at this point. Because there's very differential growth in property value across different communities.
Income?
The 84 and 85-year-old couple who wrote to me, they have no increase in their income. Their property has doubled in
Right.
value in the last couple of years, and they're not,
Mm-hmm.
like their status
Mm-hmm.
hasn't changed.
Okay.
Can I just ask a question for those of you who, where we landed on the law on this relationship, and I appreciated your question, Senator Beck, because I'm trying to understand too if it still matters, and why it matters is that for that extra 5% that could be voted on, is it about the part of the law that is looking at the funding versus the allocation? But it is in the law that we need to attend to it, so obviously I think we need to. And did the law, I don't remember where it landed, get to homestead versus non-homestead so that that's uniformly handled throughout the state? I don't remember what came out of that.
In the formula, it's a statewide funding system. All grant lists are shared across the state. There is no local homestead or otherwise.
So did it end up being resolved that a tax rate for homestead versus non-homestead is going to be set across the state?
Yeah.
So some communities where now, like non-homestead is charged less, that'll be
There will be-
equalized in a statewide way.
Well, right now, we have some homesteads are higher than the non-homestead. Most of them are still lower, but under the foundation formula, I think the non-homestead will always be higher than the uniform homestead.
For everywhere, even though right now that's not true.
Yes.
Okay, so
Right
that
now, we
gets
don't have a
remedied.
uniform homestead there.
No,
We have a local homestead.
right, so nothing will be local about that rate.
Nothing.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was trying to figure out.
There's a whole lot of assumptions embedded in that, though. I mean, I think there's a lot of things that we have to get through to get to that
point.
Yeah, like adopting a map.
You know.
That's funny.
Among other things.
All right, G, student demographics.
We have some of them, we don't have all of them still.
Are there specific demographics defined that we need or want?
For mapping?
Yes. I mean, it's a very general term.
I mean, I think, you know, Chris and I asked early on if there were any kind of projections for what we're imagining for future student population in Vermont and where it might be.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, I think student demographics are important. It's why, I think it's why we're here.
Yeah.
We've gone from 120,000 students to 80, and so it's relevant.
So we have the number of students in each school. Do we want to also overlay other subgroups such as free and reduced FRL students, free and reduced lunch, poverty? Other subcategories, IEP students. There are some school districts that have 35% students on IEPs and others who have 18%.
It's a really good question. Yeah, Jay?
Could we get population growth models per by county? I mean, I know in our budget process, we always include our student ones, our enrollment projections. I know that's the census data, I would think.
I think it's just challenging though, because it's gonna be so responsive. I'm just thinking of where we are right now, and it's actually affecting how people move into or don't move into town right now. So I think I think we're prognosticating, but if people respond to perceived incentives, it's gonna change population patterns.
Is that true?
In terms of what's currently available, I do believe at least for several counties with the housing needs assessment, there were some projections done out, I think to maybe 2030 and 2050. Statewide, I think easily I can access projections to 2030. Going beyond that would need to be just work that gets done, and either ACCD has or others have or haven't done that, or that's something we could look into if there's interest. I think understanding specifically if it's just a projection and age cohorts you're interested in, or other variables would be good.
I mean, I'm interested. I know Oliver Wyman did it to 2040 for hospital catchment areas. So, I mean, I just find it interesting. It's a thought experiment, and it may or may not come to fruition, but it gives us at least something to think about as we are looking to the future. Rebecca?
Well, I think this goes to Representative Quimby's point as well. I mean, what was so striking about those projections is, again, how old some of our counties are. And I will consider myself in the gray-haired group to put myself there, but the reality is some of us aren't going to be around in 30 years. And the million-dollar question is what happens to that housing stock? I mean, we have the same population in housing, but our families are smaller now because there's more seniors, which means we have fewer kids, but we don't know what will happen in 20 years.
Yes, and I mean,
thinking-
birth rates are definitely down, and I don't think they're
Okay,
suddenly
that's
gonna
what
spike to like 10 kids
But
per
is
family.
that what's driving changes in Vermont? That's never been what drives changes in Vermont's population. It's always been about migration. We've always had, that's always been our story.
Right.
That's what I was actually thinking, and I think that makes maybe what I was suggesting less important, but I was thinking we must have at least birth rates, like projected age 5 census, like that type of information probably is available, and I just don't know if it's one of the clicks that I haven't done to know our birth to 5 expectations or numbers by these communities.
Currently, there's nothing that's forward-looking. That what I'm showing on the map now is 2000 to 2020, a percent change. And it'd be fairly easy to add any kind of age cohort population numbers. But for projections, I think we could add something going out to 2030 after that We don't have currently have a data source for it, but we can look into it.
Okay, thank you. I would just like to bring it back to, and I'm not asking for an answer today, but I think it's something we all should be pondering between now and the 29th when we meet next, which is around free and reduced lunch, which is around levels of poverty and so on. When we're thinking about combining districts, I mean, that could be super consequential in terms of outcomes. And I think it's something that we should be considering. I think it's important.
Can you help me understand your thinking on that? Like, how is it consequential?
I mean, it's consequential because I am imagining that there will be more needs high needs in a district that would have higher poverty levels, everything from literacy rates to food services to all kinds of things. I wasn't a superintendent, so I'm sure you two could speak more to that than I could. But if you're combining, high wealth, if you're combining wealthy districts, it's just gonna look different. And what is that gonna mean for work in those communities? And what's that gonna mean for the work that we do? I think it's important to consider, because we could be creating a lot of work for one district and maybe not as much work for another district. Jen, Jay, do you have anything to say to that as experts?
In the context of map making, if you're fence sitting on where a group of districts should go or join, I think having that data helps you make that decision in a broad sense.
With all the caveats, that there could be change, like Rebecca was saying. I'm just looking at Chittenden County's population forecast, they go out to 2050. But I'm not finding similar data from the other counties yet.
It's because the ends are too small. It's very unreliable.
So student demographics, we just have students' population projections. Do people feel like FRL and IEP should also be on there?
I mean, I think IEP ties directly into high staffing levels and salary scales. If one town has a 30% IEP rate, that's going to be more staffing, more cost potentially. I mean, so IEP I think is important to me. If we're trying to level the playing field and know what everyone's getting.
I think too, there's some parallel,
No, go ahead, and then.
study happening around the provision of special ed services for the state of Vermont, right? Like there's a strategic design for special ed services or something. There's another study, I think in this law, and our legislators might remember.
Extraordinary special ed
Okay.
costs, I believe.
Should do all of it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But either way, I don't think it's not significant. I think it's information that would be helpful to have, if nothing else, because it tells us. I think what almost might be worse is if the combining of a high FRL district and a low FRL district masks the needs of the district broadly, because now it's diluted and the population collectively makes that less obvious. I think weights are going to be, as I'm remembering and understanding that part of the law, will be related to the student. So that is also accounted for, and I guess how the funding will come to districts. I think it's helpful information to have if it's accessible data.
If it's possible, that'd be great. Yes.
I have to just say though, if a district is identifying 35% of its students as having a disability, there is something wrong. There just is something wrong. The national average is 15%, Vermont is 19%. And what we're saying is that 1 in 3 kids in Vermont, in that region, has a disability. That's a very significant label to put on someone. And there is so much information that suggests that we are off course in our delivery of special education right now, that I think any data like that, we need to be looking at in the context of other data, but also asking hard questions about systems delivery. And I 100% agree. Chris, you are right on. That is, again, if you look at our drivers of cost, it is staffing, and the staffing is often related to special education. but our outcomes are not great. And so we have to be asking if the way we're supporting our kids with disabilities is the right way to support, and that is a systems leadership issue. It is not just a school district issue, and we're not gonna fix it with districting.
And it's not the purview of this committee,
It's
of this
not the-
task
yeah.
force
Which
either,
is, I think,
so.
why I was
Which is,
raising
I'm
that
saying,
is that
very
study happening,
careful,
because
because
I'm
we
not
don't-
sure the
because if
major
it's-
is staffing,
Right,
to
but it's
solve
not-
the problem.
But you could redistrict, tell Kingdom
Yeah.
Come, and it still would not address the fact if we have a systems failure on the instructional side.
So are you suggesting it should or shouldn't be in G?
I'm just saying you have to be extremely careful. I think, and this is where I go back to whoever said we gotta lay out your assumptions, because I'm not sure, when you see that 35%, what I would wanna do is go in and look at their practice. I don't think redistricting addresses that, but I would hate to make, just like you don't wanna reward someone in your funding formula for bad behavior, you wanna make sure you're not, privileging someone in a redistricting process for perhaps a failure of practice.
I think ELL, though, while we're bucketing information that we would get out of student demographics, could be really helpful in concentrating resources. You know how many languages are spoken in your district, in Winooski's district, and you get to other parts of the state, and that's less likely the case. And so I think if we're gathering demographic information on our students, it could be inclusive of that information,
Okay,
which is a staffing and resource consideration.
thanks. Jen?
So it sounds like student population and FRL, IEP, and ELL with a very clear caveat of maybe or maybe not using them. We've gotten to G, we have H. What are your thoughts on the timing and?
If we could go fairly quickly, just because 3 o'clock is public comment,
Okay.
I think we could do our 2 o'clock fairly quickly, but,
Okay.
yeah.
So H, that's liabilities, debt, assets of current school districts. So we have that information, right? We have the facilities. Does the state keep a record of contingency funds or stabilization funds or reserve funds?
Yeah, well, we do the stat report every year.
And so that goes into the stat report.
You're supposed to include it, I mean,
Yeah.
data goes all over the place, but I did. You put all your different things in. Yeah.
What happened,
And you have to turn your audit in by March 31st, so like FY '25 audit will be done, will be due to the state, so everyone should know if there's a surplus, deficit, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah,
Just think again, you gotta be so careful with that, and the legislature's been burned by that before, because, you think about the caps they put in the context of Act 46, because it's a timing issue. If someone has negotiated, they'll negotiate a food service contract so it bubbles in the third year past the cap, or they'll save money now to bank on a bond or an investment they're making. You're catching people in a moment in time, but you don't know how that moment sits relative to somebody else's moment in time.
You think that reserve account's gonna be zeroed out before that merger happens? That you can be sure
That I'm
of.
pretty sure about, that I'm pretty sure about, Scott, but that's my point, you gotta.
The liability knows, but the asset, it's not.
But they're running 24 million or whatever $100 million businesses, they're making business decisions, and we don't know what those decisions are when we look at staff level.
Kim?
I guess to that I would say if they are zeroed out, they might, I would presume, mean they're attending to facilities needs with the capital reserve fund if those were protected for that purpose. So potentially, or in theory, or in good practice, if there was a bringing it to zero and there was a capital investment for, the assets of the prior to merger district, you could imagine that those assets might be invested in, I don't know, maybe not the roof, but maybe, I don't know, whatever their food service need, something that comes within what is defined as able to be spent in their capital reserve fund, and it might go to zero before, but then I think the flip side of that is the facility itself might be in less of a deficit space than it would have been before that investment.
I'm not casting blame, but I think there are very few districts that have been able to keep up with their infrastructure needs. It's just, it's been an impossibility for most schools and most districts.
Well, the yellow on the table that you showed speaks to that.
Yeah,
Yellow and red.
yeah, but, no, it's a good point. Okay, moving on.
Well, I guess one of the things I'm seeing happening is we go to one of these, talk about the data, and then we sort of dive into details and questions on whether it is. And you know, to get back to H, does it work to use those stat sheets? Do we have that data? Should that be the comparative data we use in evaluating a map?
It's the best we got.
It's the best we got. Okay, next, staffing levels and salary schedules. Should we just look at negotiated agreements and highs and lows? What should we look at?
Well, I think one of the reasons we were trying to get the agency to provide some of the kinds of teacher data that was in the teacher equity report is that we know that districts that pay more have more longitude. I mean, the teachers tend to stay in that job longer, and so they're more advanced on the salary scale. So if you start leveling up, do you reasonably expect that in districts that have been paying a lot less? Well, all of a sudden, if you've gone from making $80,000 to $100,000, maybe you don't retire, maybe you stay for more years. So we just don't know, and if we don't know where teachers are currently on that salary schedule, we actually don't know what the implications of merging are as people move. So I think this may be what we have access to, but we're ballparking it. We should not be assuming that we have all the answers here.
Rep. Granning?
Yeah, so just to add to what Rebecca said, I think that if it is possible to get how long the staff has been in those, you know, the average length of time in position, that would be helpful there. The other piece that's going to be really helpful there is cost of living in region or county or whatever that is, because salary scales in my experience have been because of the cost of living in those as well.
So seniority, cost of living, sort of distribution across a salary scale, but that is asking business managers to probably give that. I don't know if that's currently gathered.
Well, every school district does a staffing report that they send in, and it asks a whole bunch of questions that this is included on, and I don't know how.
That's what
Torin is nodding that it seems like something that,
I can look into that.
yeah,
Yeah, it's
okay,
part of
thank you.
It's in the request.
He's gonna look into it.
Okay, I'll see what we have and see what else.
Okay, great.
J, opportunity to support local elementary schools, central middle schools, and regional high schools with the least disruption to students.
I think the data you've been speaking about, Jay, would be extremely helpful in terms of thinking about the centroids, if you will. Those would be the regional high schools. To me, getting an accurate list of the independent schools that are in the system is really important to evaluate access to high schools in those regions.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have indicators that we're looking for to describe local, central, and regional? Do we know what we would consider those indicators to help define that?
So I think the map, the meteoroids, what did you call them?
Centroids.
Centroids, thank you.
Close enough. Yeah.
So I think that, like, we can define that arbitrarily now, or we can look at what schools exist and look at, you know, if you're here and you're looking and the nearest high school is 75 miles away versus 5 miles.
Right. And I would say, if you look at the table that I made, I mean, there really are quite a few of our counties don't have a middle school. They have either KA model or,
Yeah.
yeah, there are 1, 2, 3, 4 counties with 0 middle schools. So we haven't even talked about possible grade reconfigurations in this whole mix too.
We don't do that.
That's not.
Yeah.
What about a junior high model instead of middle school? Yes, Wendy?
Just local
Senator.
schools, I just thought that a local school would be within a town, or is a town area,
Elementary.
yeah.
But that is not the case currently, so if we were defining that, we would be undoing bringing multiple towns together to educate in a manner that can have a reasonable peer group for students and have opportunity to educate at each grade level with peers. And so I guess I would just say, I don't think we would want to say that local elementary means every town has an elementary school. I don't think we have the students to support that.
Rep. Quimby.
I think we have to be careful of defining things too narrowly, because that was a conversation we had way back when we were talking about like out-of-state tuitioning. Well, within 25 miles. Well, what if the closest school is 26 miles? Or I think when you get too narrow on your definitions, you're gonna find so many exceptions to that definition. So I'm okay with, at this point in time, just leaving the terms local, central, and regional, and just having a sense about what those terms mean.
I agree for now. Anyway, yeah, I think that's not a bad idea. Maybe as we move forward, we can hone in, but, sorry, we have a few hands up here. Let's go with John and then Rebecca.
That's okay. That's good.
Just one thing I'll point out about the school district builder, which I think at the first meeting I presented as, you know, here's a prototype for you and to show you what's possible. Tell me how it can be helpful for you. One of the things I did, you notice on the table here, you have like SU intact. So that tells you whether the districts you've created keeps those supervisory unions intact. There's also regional planning commission status. So if there are existing boundaries that you find particularly helpful or useful, we can integrate this into the tool, and you could potentially use that as a measure of whether or not the districts you create are, how aligned they are with some of those existing communities as measured by those potential boundaries. I just wanted to make you aware that that's why I included that. It was a nod to that. Maybe it's useful, maybe it isn't, but wanted to highlight that.
Thank you for that. Okay,
Access to CTE.
you two are gonna fix that for us, right?
We have.
We'll never know,
Okay.
but we'll report on it.
All right.
And define what access means.
So, Rebecca, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
How, in Linden Institute and St. Johnsbury Academy, how do students decide which campus they're taking CTE on?
Depends on where the program is offered. For example, Linden has welding, St. Johnsbury does not. So if you're a St. Johnsbury Academy student and you want to take welding, you zip up to, yeah. And then we have programs they don't have in there.
Do you have duplicate programs?
No. We have some things like, you know, like one school might have an intro to welding class, but the real welding is at one school.
And that tech advisory board is similar to the other ones in the state, and they meet and plan and do all the data.
So then,
Yeah.
and this is, I'm sure, more detail than we necessarily need, but then would a ninth grader interested in welding from St. J go to Linden for 9th, 10th, 11th,
No,
12th?
St. Johnsbury Academy has an intro to welding class. So the child could take, the academy student could take intro to welding, but if they decide they want to take the full-blown welding, then they would have to go up to Linden.
At what grade?
11, yeah.
So more like a
Okay.
traditional CTE
Two
where
blocks,
11th
yeah,
and
two
12th are the
blocks.
grades for which CTE tuition is paid.
Part-day program?
Well, we don't, St. J and Linden are very unusual. They don't charge the school districts a CTE.
Right,
It's
all
inclusive.
students, 9th
All
and
students get all
12th,
CTE.
pay the CTE rate. That's why I was asking when students, if they were pursuing a particular CTE program, would attend a different campus.
Oh, now if, that's easy, if a St. Johnsbury kid, I don't know if there's such a thing, but if they wanted to attend, they wanted to go down to Riverbend, down at Oxbow for something, I don't know what that would be, then the money would just fall to the kid.
It's, the scheduling and programming of it is not dissimilar to a child at CVU who's deciding to go to either Essex Tech or Burlington Tech, you know,
Right.
freshman, sophomore year, they maybe do a part day, and then junior,
Yeah.
senior year. It's not the exact same, but it's a similar construct, it's just two independent schools that have the tech program.
Understood, and I was just confused by it because protected in the law was the ability to charge CTE tuition for the integrated CTE for 9 through 12. So I was
No.
confused.
They were allowed to continue to set their tuition. Tuition is always included all CTE classes. They don't charge, they are not allowed to charge, I think it goes back to federal law and Perkins and everything, but they're not allowed to, they are not allowed to charge a different tuition for a kid that's taking CTE than a kid that is not taking CTE. They have to charge one tuition. So that's why it's a one tuition and you get all the CTE you want, as much as you want. It's not that dissimilar from other CTEs that, for example, Stafford has a CTE tuition, and it's charged to anybody from a district outside of Rutland.
Sure.
If they want to go to Stafford, then Stafford charges them a tuition for being a CTE student.
Right, for grades 9 through 12?
For whatever years they're eligible for CTE. Yeah.
Oh, I thought I understood it to be
Literally schools
11
of
through
choice
12.
where the money follows the student.
Yeah. But all CTEs, and that's kind of where that whole
Right,
conversation.
it's an average, rolling average tuition of however many semesters, right? 6 months per average?
All CTEs in the state of Vermont get to set their own tuition rate. And so that's where the conversation came in when St. J, well, how do they do that since they can't charge a different tuition rate for CTE, so they continued with their current tuition setting.
Right, thank you, yes.
So then, based on that, how come Mississaquoi and Canaan weren't included in the conversation?
I don't know everything, but I think they are so small that they're not wrapped up into Perkins and they're kind of treated differently, but there's some details there that I'm not really aware of. But they're different and I'm not really I don't really understand.
They're called comprehensive high
Yeah.
schools, the way, so if they're got the same labeling and categorization before the federal government, why would they have a different standard?
I don't know, and I'm not sure that they can't set their own tuition stuff, their own tuition rate for CTE. I think they can.
Those are interesting questions. We can flesh them out perhaps at another time. We have 15 minutes left before we have to go to public comment. And number 11 on our agenda does actually have some action items to it. So I think it's important that we segue. Sorry about that. We didn't quite finish this this table. Yeah, Jen, yay, thank you. Thank you for leading that conversation and for all the work. Yeah, I kind of think so too, we touched on them. Number 11, well, first of all, it says of the 3 proposed plans to date, we actually only had 2 because we weren't able to do CTE. Do we want to further develop any of these? So I'm not even sure we can ask that question because we haven't seen the CTE map yet. So maybe we leave that one for next time. How are people feeling about that? Do we want to?
This question for next time.
Leave it for next time, okay, once we have the CTE. What other options do we want to explore for the next meeting? So this would be an action item for folks to work on between now and the 29th. Are there any other maps or any other options that we would like to explore? Yes, Representative Holcomb.
I'm very concerned about the cost and quality and fairness considerations because I think there's no fairness if there's no affordability. And I think there's no quality if there's no affordability. The only thing that we've talked about that I see offering an opportunity to address those drivers is the BOCES, and I'd love to see us look at how we develop some kind of model for shared services that could work in tandem with some of the other proposals being put on the table, or as a standalone proposal. But I'd love to see some subset of this group talking about regional sharing of services.
I would second, I would like enthusiastically share your suggestion or support your suggestion, just being out and about listening to folks. I keep hearing over and over and over again, is there a way for us to have greater sharing of resources across a larger geographic area? And, can we be thinking creatively about this? So I think it's a great idea. Do we have any volunteers who would like to take that on between now and the 29th? Start to explore it. It doesn't have to be fully fleshed, as we know. It certainly doesn't have to be fully fleshed out, but just to start exploring. Jay has his hand up.
Yeah, I'm really.
Thank you, Jay.
I
Great.
have a question, even though that's not exactly a map, could this template still be used to
It actually
flesh that
could
out?
be a map if we thought outside the box.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'd be happy to help Jay with that.
Thank you so much. So we've got Representative Holcomb and Jay Bottoms working on a possibly, we're just going to call it a BOCES map.
When did you say someone was coming to this meeting to talk about BOCES?
Next meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wonder well.
To talk about the Vermont, incarnation of a BOCES, which is what we're going to learn about down southwest. So,
There's only one.
Wendy, do you want
Well, just to segue, a couple of the things that we didn't get to, the next one was maximization of cost efficiencies, and that's totally BOCES, I think. So I think we already have a place for it in the rubric, and I would suggest that we talk about the rubric more at the next meeting before we talk about new maps.
So, okay, we've got anything else that anyone would like to see or work on between now and the 29th, Jay?
Well, I guess we talked about changing the problem statements to reflect our input collectively. So
Yeah.
I think knocking that out, and then maybe that's how we do that. We follow up on Senator Harrison's recommendation on the test.
Who's going to do that?
I have that on my to-do list for you and I to make the edits to our draft based on the input people had here. That's one of my to-dos. I assumed.
So we can work with Sue on that.
I'm happy I can send you something.
Great.
Thank you, Representative Quimby. That's great. And everyone should have Sue's email address. Well, let's make sure we get that shared between now and the end of the meeting. Yes.
And we will do the recommendation for engagement plan with Sue's help.
Great. So that's the only other exploration that we have for the next meeting, the BOCES map. We have on here, what is our general strategy for selection of plans, options, and people to develop? How are we gonna select maps?
Might be easier to decide when we have at least one to look at.
That's true. Let's wait on that.
I don't think we're ready for that yet.
It's a little premature.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, Jen.
I wonder if after the BOCES, it would make sense to take the county map and shred it in the context of the rubric to come up with a map option. I don't mean shred, I mean deal with the Hazens and the Essex Caledonia. Shred.
Tweak.
Adjust. Tweak. Massage.
I mean, that would be interesting.
We should get the data from JFO too, because they did a lot of the financial analysis behind that. They actually threw Grand Isle in with Franklin and Essex in with, it wasn't Caledonia, it was Orleans, right?
I don't remember.
It was Orleans.
So on opposite sides of the state.
Yeah, but there was only 12. They decided,
12.
instead of doing 14 units, they were modeling 12 units. It's more like the VIA, and then they broke Chipman into East and West Chipman, so it was, I think, 13 units instead.
So should we look at that JFO map?
Chrissy's gonna send it out to everyone. I just sent the modeling to everyone, via Chrissy.
I think that's something that Representative Granning and I can do, just because
Yeah.
I was in the Finance Committee. We saw a lot of that there, and I think Rep. Granning, also where she sits would be, I'm sure they took a look at that. So we will make sure that we get the JFO information to Chrissy and Sarah and get it out to folks so that we can take a look at it. Yeah. Anything else before we move to public comment?
Can I ask a few clarifying questions?
Oh, yes, you certainly may.
Okay, so these are me trying to get up to speed. Is the rubric and the template, are those the same thing or are those two different things?
I think that the rubric is embedded in the template.
Okay.
One is blank, the other is backfilled. So it's the
Okay.
same information, one just runs it
Great.
through.
And did people approve that this is the template that's going to be used, or does it still, the blank template, or does it still need to be refined?
I know there needs to be some adjustments based on what Jay and I are gonna do, because that's part of
Right.
this.
I understood that we were looking at it independently before the next meeting, if people
Okay.
wanted to come back to the next meeting with feedback to
Okay.
revise it.
So the review is everybody, the refinement, you all are taking the lead on. And so it will be the same one with some refinement based on the problem statements.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, I think, just correct me if I'm wrong, Senator Harrison, you were the one who brought up, I think, the idea of a rubric to begin with. Wasn't it more to be able to sort of assess each map so that we can clearly in the report speak to that?
That's what I would have, yes, that's what I would like to have suggested, or I would suggest. To me, this is the rubric, fleshed out. Once it's fleshed out, this is the rubric. And we would use just definitions and, what we have, and some points we don't have, and we probably can't. The opportunities to support local elementary schools. There's not a data set for that, but we'll just have to use our judgment.
Okay. There seems like there were a bunch of data requests, and so I just didn't completely have clarity on who's responsible for fulfilling some of those. I didn't know if people are gonna know who they are.
I mean, I think it's all going to be, other than the joint fiscal data, which Representative Granning and I will be getting, I think it's probably all going to be to the AOE, although some of it might be taken on by ADS, but I'll let you two, sort that out. Is that, okay.
Okay, so AOE and ADS are gonna work together on fulfilling some of those requests. Jen, you had volunteered to write some paragraphs that explain some of the limitations of data and offer some recommendations. I offered that this morning. It seems like there's still tech issues going on, and so I didn't know if somebody is going to be addressing those between now and the next meeting.
I think the AOA staff will be addressing it, and I'll do what I can, and I know that my co-chair, Rep. Granning, will as well. It is an ongoing concern, and we hope to have it all straightened out and dialed in for our next meeting on the 29th.
And then the SBA was going to do a survey, and someone was going to reach out to them to request that they send it to everybody and not just VSBA members. So I didn't know if there was a particular person who would do that.
That's me. Thank you very much. So,
And then
yeah.
also, is the task force going to have an opportunity to review that survey?
Absolutely.
Okay, so would that happen at the next meeting? Or
Hopefully
is that-
before.
Okay.
Yeah, because we want that survey, we want folks to give them almost like a month to respond to it, just because of so many reasons. They need a fairly decent time frame. So we need to get that going ASAP. Yeah, thanks for that, Sue. That's great. Yeah.
Sue's question brings up another question. You talked about the need to just review the public comment and just sort of note if there's patterns or high-level takeaways from it. Does it make sense to put that on the agenda as part of the takeaways next time?
Sure, do it as a group or have someone do it in the interim and present
I
it?
had already connected with Christy about
Okay, so
just
you're
trying
gonna
to
do
get
it.
all the public comment in a spreadsheet and theme it, so at each meeting you could just have a very quick review of a couple of high-level themes.
Okay,
that's
That
good.
works.
thanks.
That's good.
Great. Well, if we are all set with that, it's 5 minutes before 3. I'm ready to, Kim, did you have a question?
I was just gonna say, in the survey category, the commission's survey. Where does that stand and this body's input to that and drafting and because that I understand to be a survey not just for board members, but for literally anybody who would like to weigh in on their sentiment around redistricting.
Yeah, I mean, I think you and I can answer that question because we were at the commission last week. So I can update and please fill in any gaps, but Afton did present at that commission meeting. They were virtual and they presented sort of a first stab at a survey. We had a discussion around it. We started doing like a group edit, which was not fun. And I think they decided they were gonna go and work on it on their own and keep the questions kind of high level and as accessible as possible. They're gonna bring it back to the commission, and it would be great if we could see it too when it's sort of in a quasi final form. And they're also gonna be doing some outreach, face-to-face outreach, and I don't know what that's gonna look like. I don't think that's been determined. But just to know that the ball is rolling in that regard. And we'll keep you posted as best we can as we learn more from the commission. Is that, Kim, did I miss anything?
Yeah, no, I think that I would just love for whatever we can do to make clear what surveys are in the universe, what they're helping to inform, even thinking about our engagements. And I think there's like 5 upcoming additional opportunities for public input with the commission's work. So we have these concurrent bodies of work happening in different bodies of oversight that will help elevate thoughts and concerns. And I'm thinking it could be very confusing for the public. So whatever we can all collectively do to help people know where to weigh in without having them bear the burden of having to make sure they've weighed in, 8 different times to be heard.
Good point. We don't want to confuse people. We do want to provide them with many opportunities to give input. So we will do our best to make that as clear as possible moving forward. It's definitely a work in progress, but hopefully on the 29th, we will have some good talking points around engagement that will be more specific. And because we really do need, I do feel like the month of October needs to be the big engagement month so that in November we can start putting a bow on that report at some point. So, great. Anything else? All right.
Well done.
So, oh gosh, well, it's not over yet. Public comment. We are at that portion of our meeting and let me get oriented here. And I will cede my seat. If there's someone in the room who does want to speak a public comment, I will simply move and give up my spot here. So just to remind folks, public comments will be limited to no more than 2 minutes per person. We're so happy to have your input, but we'd like it to be as clear and concise as possible. The task force requests that participants clearly state their name, their place of residence, and the topic of comment. The task force will take no action on items raised during public comments, and dialogue exchanges will be for clarification. However, we will have the option of having sort of a reflection period. Is I guess what we'll call it. The task force requests that comments be sent in writing to adm.redistricting@vermont.gov. And then we're gonna have a quick recap after the public comment as well for action items. Anyone in the room? Yes, come on up.
Hello, thank you. Before I begin, I just wanted to, my name's Jeannie Albert, and I'm chair of the Lincoln School District Board. I just wanted to clarify because the board, the Lincoln board, did pass a motion that was sent in for public comment, but I'm not going to be addressing that now, though I do encourage you to read it, and it's about our intent going forward. What I'm going to read is a public comment submitted by the Rural School Community Alliance. I am a steering committee member, and the topic is community democracy and education. My glasses decided to explode during the meeting, so I'm going to have to hold them.
I'm going to start your 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Now.
Okay. As Vermont works to implement Act 73, our school boards are crucial, offering their experience, commitment, and connections at little financial expense. They act as a vital conduit to their communities. Further, when it comes to local democracy, the SU model is the best for walking the talk. Especially in low population areas separated by distinct communities and geographic challenges, SUs facilitate united action while allowing for local differences. They are the right scale and structure for rural Vermont. Supervisory unions operate based on mutual respect and trust built between the member boards and administration. By hearing diverse perspectives and enhancing communication and fostering creativity, the SU model strengthens resilience, adaptability, and shared purpose. Schools work best when our communities are involved. And within SUs, effective public engagement is embedded in how school districts operate. In Vermont scale rural school districts, decision-making takes place close to the child and in service of education, not in a removed and centralized way buffeted by politics. Authentic, organic community relationships are at the heart of improved problem-solving and wise decisions. And when our schools succeed, our communities celebrate together. That concludes my summary. I didn't read everything, but I just wanted to add, because I know I have a few more seconds, that we also included some charts and a very preliminary analysis that I've done around comparing per pupil spending in the SU and merged SD models, as well as some comparisons relative to size. I see that as a kind of caution, an easy way to see that some assumptions that we might have about both of those things, whether the SD is more efficient or bigger is more efficient, is a good way to look at that. So I hope it's useful.
Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room?
You may later when you
Yeah, sorry, Jen. Come on up. We have someone else here today for public comment.
Thank you for yielding your chair.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for being here.
Sure. Hi, my name is Elliot Berg. I live in Middlesex, and yesterday my wife August and I filed an electronic public comment with the task force. And I'm here just to underscore 3 of the points from that letter, if I could. The first is a plea to avoid the closure of local elementary schools wherever possible. So as you are thinking about consolidation plans and maps, these schools are the heart of our communities. My wife and I moved to Middlesex 43 years ago, largely because of the school there for our kids. And our son moved up to Warren 2 years ago from Washington, D.C. with his family for a similar reason. So this is really important. You pull the school out, it undercuts the local economy and social cohesion and so on. Secondly, we followed the debate over H454, and there did not seem to be very much hard evidence that consolidation in general reduces costs. And in some areas, for example, increased transportation distances for students, it can increase costs. This is not to say that some aspects of consolidation are not good. There's been mention made of the BOCES model and pooling special ed resources and that kind of thing. Also making greater opportunities for kids at the high school level to access specialized programs in other schools. All of that is good. But the last point is that if you are looking at maps and consolidation plans that do not clearly reduce costs, where you can't say this will address the tax issue that came up most recently in Vermont, then we would respectfully ask you to inform the legislature of that and just say it can't be done. Okay, I know that's outside your mandate, but a proposal.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And you did submit your testimony in writing, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, great, thank you. Anyone else in the room here for public comment? Okay, let's move to online. I see some hand, at least one hand.
Ready for John Castle to go?
Yes. John Castle, you'll be up ASAP. There we go. That looks good. John, can you? Yep.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I'm John Castle. I'm the Executive Director for the Vermont Rural Education Collaborative. I live in the town of Holland, and I wanted to speak to redistricting as a whole. Thank you for dedicating your time and energy to this impossible task. Whereas I respect the work of the task force, I feel it's important that I share my strong disapproval of the path we are on towards state-imposed school district consolidation. I have 4 points to share with you today. The research on state-imposed school district consolidation does not demonstrate the results in the promised cost savings nor improved student outcomes. Without evidence to support redistricting, it appears this endeavor is entirely based on wishful assumptions, hard for Vermonters to accept given the magnitude of change considered. We would be better off devoting incentives and technical assistance to SUs, supervisory unions, that is, and supervisory districts to explore mergers on a case-by-case basis. We have, number two, we have 52 supervisory unions and supervisory districts in Vermont, whereas there may be regions and opportunities for some mergers across Vermont. Our school governance units are not outside the norms of other rural states. New Hampshire has 107 SAUs, Maine 118 districts, Massachusetts over 300, Minnesota 331, Wisconsin 421. Many rural states have small rural districts with fewer than 2,500 students. Minnesota, for instance, has over 65. The desired number of 4,000 to 8,000 students is not practical given our rural context and geography. Although SUs need to be considered as a viable governance structure, both they and supervisory districts will demonstrate diseconomies of scale if they are too large. Please, let's not deceive the public. Larger supervisory districts with voting boards are intended to hasten the closure of small schools. Please be honest with the public that much of Act 73 is to centralize authority into bigger administrative units and at a state level. Mega districts and a loss of voting on school budgets will further disconnect the public, ultimately diminishing support for our public schools. Number four, a failure of the legislature to understand school governance more as communities rather than solely organizations has resulted in poorly crafted public policy. We will create an unreasonable level of disruption in our attempts to implement a misconceived redistricting process.
John, that's 2 minutes. That's over 2 minutes.
I'm almost done. Central offices and schools for the important work of improving learning outcomes for students. It is my hope that the task force, as you continue to dig into this work, you will recognize both the intended and unintended negative consequences of imposed state district redistricting.
Thank you, John.
I hope you will have the courage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. We'll move on to the next person, please. I just see an A. Ashley. Ashley, are you unmuting? There we go.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Ashley Wu. I live in Norwich, Vermont. I'm the chair of Thetford Academy, and I'm here advocating for the consideration of independent academies in the redistricting process. I will submit this letter after my presentation, and I'm going to give an abridged version of that letter now. We are submitting this letter with the hope that it will help inform your decision-making and that the final proposed map will allow Thetford Academy to continue to thrive as a designated secondary school for the town of Thetford and serve as a valued and sought-after option for sending towns without their own secondary schools. To give a short introduction to the school, Thetford Academy is the oldest secondary school in Vermont. It has an enrollment of 336 students in grades 7 to 12, of which 324, or 96%, are publicly funded from Vermont or New Hampshire town tuition. It is the designated middle and secondary school for the town of Thetford and has open enrollment for all other students. It has the capacity to serve up to 400 students and has done so in the past. It is governed by a board of no larger than 21 trustees, which includes an elected representative from the town of Thetford, and all board meetings are open to the public and follow open meeting laws. We present at the Thetford Town School District annual meeting, and we follow education quality standards for the state of Vermont. TA sees stellar results, both academic and extracurricularly. Upon graduation, TA students go on to attend top colleges and universities or land impressive professional job placements thanks to strong vocational partnerships. Additionally, our top-notch robotics team qualifies for the World Championships every year, and our track and baseball teams won state championships just this past spring. In short, Thetford Academy delivers. However, we are concerned that the school faces a potential existential threat through the redistricting process. Thetford Academy would not be able to sustain our current robust program without students coming from choice towns. Currently, the enrollment from the town of Thetford stands at only 162 students, the lowest in our modern history. This is not due to Thetford students attending schools elsewhere, but a result of the
That's
town's
2 minutes, Ashley. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. We have DG up on deck.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Hi.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. DG, Dr. Mary Gannon. I have been involved in educational equity work in the state of Vermont for over 25 years, and have also been following the work around this education transformation bill from the beginning as well. So I just want to raise a couple of quick points. One thing that many of us have been voicing our concern from the beginning with the commission that I'd like to share with you all is that there's been a very obvious lack of representation, diverse representation, starting with the commission. And so I would really encourage, as you are moving forward and thinking about the issues of gathering public input, thinking about who the stakeholders are and where the missing voices have been in this conversation since the beginning, to really think well about how public input has been, how you're going to construct public input and how you will get those voices at the table. One of the things that we noticed when we were watching the listening sessions of public input with the commission was the poor attendance. So the public is a little burned out, but I also believe that the people who need to be at the table are not being invited there. The other thing I just want to share with you is a lot of my work, and for many of us, is around equity, educational equity, and the social equity caucus in the last few years put together something called the probing equity questions. Some of you at the table may know about these. I would highly encourage you to look at those probing equity questions as a framework for how you're thinking about the issues of equity as you start to think about the task in front of you, because it feels like it's been a framework and a lens that's been deeply missing from the conversation. We know that hazing, harassment, and bullying is a significant issue in our schools right now, and one of our major concerns is how the redistricting will also impact the amount of HHC that's happening, but also school districts and educators' ability to respond.
Yeah, Mary, that's 2 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I don't see any other hands because I think that's the same hand that was up before. So Elizabeth has a hand up. Elizabeth Burrows. Yeah, Elizabeth, go ahead.
Thanks. I am Elizabeth Burrows. I am a legislative representative from Windsor 1 for full disclosure. I'm also a school board member, parent, and resident of West Windsor. And I don't have a statement. I just would like to, at least not today, I would just like to ask you all to take seriously into consideration transportation. And I don't mean the length of bus rides for children, because that's all moot if there are no buses. We have a terrible dearth of bus drivers right now.
Yep.
And in districts of 4,000 students or more, that's going to be worse. And further, we our busing companies are starting to be dominated by private equity firms, and those private equity firms are nationwide with branches in Vermont. And so I urge you to look deeply, or more deeply, or at all, into that, because it really could cause a lot of damage. And West Virginia and Maine had to reverse their consolidation efforts because they did not look at transportation deeply and found that it was an impossibility after their consolidation had been complete. Thanks.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Thanks for being under 2 minutes. Appreciated. Anyone else for public comment online? I don't see any hands. Okay, well then I would invite the task force to reflect on anything that you would like to reflect on in terms of what we just heard in-house, in the room, and also coming from online. Kim?
I heard fear of school closure, and that resonates for previous comments we've heard as well. I think reference to opportunities under the SU model. I heard a private, like Thetford, sharing their model as a designated school and with a representation of public governance and a particular model that is theirs in meeting EQS and their role for Thetford as a town, but also the surrounding towns with tuitioning. I heard loudly the lack of representation we share in identities at this table and how we are sure to make that central to our considerations in engagement. And the forever transportation concerns, for sure.
Thanks, Kim. Anyone else want to reflect on what we've heard today? Jen?
Yeah, I heard a couple of comments about data, and I'm wondering if when we get written reports and people cite data, or they cite statistics but don't have the source of the data, if there's a way for us to ask for that, or we should just let it go.
I mean, I think that's a good question, and I've had it as I've been reading the public comments as well and the testimonials, because it's one thing to say something, and it's another thing to really have it backed up in data and vetted sources and resources. And as a former librarian, that means a lot. So I don't know, how are folks feeling about that sort of footnoting? Yeah.
I'm always,
Jay.
Anytime someone cites research, I mean, I've had an actual
researchers sit in front of me and tell me that, well, we both know that research can tell you whatever you want it to say. But I would assume that in the legislative process, in the run-up to passing Act 73, that some research was done on redistricting. If it wasn't, in response to some earlier public comment, I've just gone online to try to do a little more research on redistricting efforts and find it to be extremely mixed, like a lot of topics. If we wanted to, I mean, do we have the resources to have somebody do a quick lit review for us so that we can respond when someone gives you one study that supports their point of view? Could we just, I mean, there've been well over 100.
Yeah, the word quick is one that gives me pause, because I've relied on the researchers at UVM before, and they're fantastic, but they don't generate the information, quickly necessarily. So I would be happy to tee them up with a bunch of data requests. It would take time. I think the state library is someone that we might be able to rely on to get some other sources of information and research. So
quick AI review, maybe.
It's a good question. Let's think about it and maybe talk about it some more on the 29th, but did you want to add anything?
Well, I was just thinking in the context of us talking about how some of the data that we've seen is not correct.
Yeah.
And if people pull that down and use it and it's not correct data, perception is reality.
Right.
And so just how to navigate that.
Right. Okay, thanks. Yeah, Kim.
One of the other things that struck me is something Jen said earlier, that we've had little conversation here around what equitable opportunities for our students would look like, and what are those opportunities? Because if we are only looking at the cost drivers in an SU or otherwise, like the to whatever data or reports we get claiming one thing or another, I think we don't know necessarily what it is that is being either offered or sacrificed at whatever cost. Because I think we've said it before, we can meet the cost, but it will likely diminish the opportunities for students. So I'm not sure that I think it would be really helpful to think about what the range of offerings are at middle level, at high school level, when we're thinking about central, middle, and regional high school. What would we expect for educational opportunities in those models? They might exist some places,
right.
They might not, but I think that might offer us some context and honestly be helpful for everybody to understand. We only know what we know in our own experiences.
It seems outside of our purview, and yet we are supposed to be drawing maps that increase opportunities for all students in the state of Vermont. So it's like it's a weird conflict. Yeah.
I think that I don't know if that sort of inventory of what exists at different sizes in different central, middle, regional high school, local, elementary. I'm just trying to get to that thing that is in law that we are supposed to be centering as we're doing this work, and help inform what this looks like, not just by a cost metric.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Any other reflections? Great. Well, in that case, I don't know. Sue, are you prepared to give us a quick recap of action items?
Sure.
Okay.
I'll try to go quick.
Thanks.
I collected ideas in 3 areas: map making, report writing, and public engagement, as we organize us. So for map making, I have that Jay, and you all have to tell me, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say Dr. Jay, so I'm saying first names, but happy to change that. I have Jay and Beth are going to refine those problem statements and update the template. I have that all task force members are going to review the template, the blank template, and come to the next meeting with any comments. And Jay and Beth are going to prepare a refined mapping template for the next meeting. I have that Jay and Rebecca are going to create a BOCES map using the template. And then Martine and Edie are going to review and share JFO information. And that the AOE and ADS are going to attend to some of the data requests that were generated during this meeting. Anything else related to maps?
Can I ask a question? Were you guys gonna have a CTE map for us next time?
Scott and Dave CTE.
Great. report writing. The thing I have there is Jen's going to write some paragraphs about data. Around public engagement, AOE and Martine are going to work on tech issues for next time. We're going to start a practice of just briefly reviewing some high-level themes from the written public comments that we get between meetings. The task force has agreed that if the SBA has a survey for them, they're going to review it for the next meeting. Martine is going to talk with them and ask them to send it to everyone and not just their members. For public hearings, it sounds like the group agreed that Oxbow and Rutland are good places, and then Wendy was going to come back with a suggestion for a southern site. I will work with people who are interested in coming to the next meeting with some suggested purpose and process for the public hearings, keeping in mind some of the discussion that we had. Anything that I missed?
Were the Oxbow and Rutland, was that for our meeting or the public hearings?
For the public hearings.
And then, do you want to put somewhere to get these for everybody?
Yes.
I talked to
will.
Chelsea and she said they'll be out in a couple weeks. It's just a directory of all schools, and on it has the district, the towns of the district, whether there's supervisory unions, it has that approximate number of students. People have these?
I would have liked the committee room back in
So who is going to help you get that?
I will do that. I don't know, I'm feeling remiss in not talking about a public hearing in Chittenden County or in my, like the northwest of the state. I don't know, I'm just wondering if I'm gonna get in trouble for that. I have not suggested it. That would be a fourth public engagement meeting. And I'm trying to, I mean, it's 2 hours from, where we are to Rutland. I'm trying to figure out what the distance, the time is to Oxbow from Burlington.
Well, and it gets further for Grand Isle County and
Right.
the western portions of Franklin County to consider any of those places.
It's an hour and a half. Like St. Albans or, I don't know. Yeah. How would folks feel about that? All right, well,
I would say if we can handle four,
yeah,
for the sake of hitting the four
Mhm.
corners,
okay.
probably be appreciated.
All right, well, I'll work on that with Sue. Great, well, if there's nothing else, Edie, do you have anything you'd like to add at this point?
I think you did a great job, and I appreciate you doing all of the heavy lifting, and I'm so sorry that I'm not there, but I think as you can hear from my voice, none of you wanted to be in the room with me today.
No, thank you very much for not being here. We appreciate it. And with that, I will adjourn the meeting. Thanks, everybody.